shit. She got her bling bling. I ain't I said those me high.
What you tell her for? Because he called, I said, look, I gotta get off the phone with you.
I did when she said it, right? All I could think about was my grandmother, man.
That part.
Pulling them up and they right there. And then they got a big thick spot.
Right.
And then they got the skirt. Yeah, then you got the skirt.
And he gonna have a whole
Hey, look at it, boy. Looking like Young Thug up in there.
You know what? You need to take your act on the road.
How much time do you want?
Well, originally I said it for 30.
30. Okay, 30. That's what we said.
Who said what? Look.
The time is now 5:13, and I hereby call this Finance Committee meeting to order of the Flint City Council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Schapp.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Mr. Jarrett. You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Is there any additions or changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I have 2 add-on resolutions, which you should have in front of you. One is a resolution to enter into a contract with Lurby Construction for the renovation of the upper floor of the south
Point
building.
of order.
What's your point?
We can't understand the clerk.
It's difficult to understand. Go ahead, Davina.
The first resolution is to enter into a contract with Lurby Construction fiscal year 25 for the renovation of the upper floor of the south building in the amount of $2 million. Second resolution is a resolution approving reallocation $25,000 in ARPA funds to Catholic charities. For personal hygiene items.
You said?
I believe it's for personal hygiene items
Oh,
through
okay.
Catholic charities.
The add-on 2. All right, so I will order add-on 1 to be the Lurby Construction Resolution, and add-on 2 to be the ARPA funds to Catholic charity, and without objection, I'll add that to the end of the agenda. I also would like to add a 30-minute presentation by Ashley Capital for the sale of Oak Park immediately after public comment and council response. And I'll order that without objection. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after that time. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Time is on the screens, and you will be asked to leave the podium if you continue beyond that. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
The first speaker is Eddie Matten.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eddie Matten from the First Ward. I'm going to be quick, but like always, I'm going to say something y'all not going to like, but I still love you. I know Mr. Al-Alamin has seen this sign, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's criminal to remove somebody else's sign. I'm going to leave this for you. That's all I got to say.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Signs that they cut out. They cut our signs out and they put paint on them. They vandalized all of the signs, 10 of them.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And for the record, I want to address Detroit, Motor City. This is the day when we had the first black mayor in Michigan, Mayor Young. And just like today is the first day we're going to have a first woman black president, but we ain't heard nothing yet in Flint and all over the whole country. Because in the words of Martin Luther King, he said, you don't judge a black person by the context of of his skin, the color of his skin, but the conduct of his character. And that's what Mayor Young had. They said they wanted to get him out of there. He said he ain't going nowhere because he's the mayor. So that's his character. Just like Trump said he ain't going nowhere, but him and his cronies, whatever they is, still out there trying to got the whole American silent, like we don't know who is the president. President Harris is already she's dealing with this, going to show what darkness is all about. But that's enough talking about the presidency. But I'm going to address Flint as home right now. About Hassel Center over on the north side, whatever. You already deleted all the kids out of the schools out of Flint. Now I heard you're going to delete all the old peoples. But Mays was the oldest one on the thing, but who's next? If Mays was the oldest one on the council, they said now they're going to get the peoples who ain't seen a citizen yet. But like where I fit in at yet. And like at least I got the privilege to talk, and I got all kind of opportunities to go address these New York City, Philadelphia, but I be turning them down. Airplane trips, because if I turn Israel trip down, you know I'm going to turn Philadelphia trip down, because they wouldn't let me ring the Liberty Bell when I was 12 years old over there. They said, you might crack the bell, Docky. I said, you British? I said, they be coming, you Detroit. I said, I'm from Flint, man. I ain't from no Detroit, Flint, Michigan. I ain't know you were taking me to Philadelphia, all down in New Jersey, potting all of them Eddie Murphy kind of dudes, all that junk. There ain't no junk and joke. I'd rather be in Israel 6 months, just 1 month. That's why I refused to go to Israel when I was a little kid, preaching in the street with they were taking all the breadfruit out of the buses in my brother was preaching. Well, and then you still getting dealt with people without money like Miss Kristen, you know what I'm talking about, Miss. Can't hardly call your name because you just like the other woman. Look like Lucille Ball on the third. What are they? What that woman? No. Anyway, stay tuned, America. I keep coming back.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Hello. Just wanted to come down here. I got some good news, and I'm so happy about it. So I'm not gonna get into it, but I just think this year finna be looking up. I don't care about the presidency. We're gonna worry about this council. And I can't wait till I retire my poppycock sign. But we still got a little trash to sweep out the door. And Mr. Leon Elamine over there, man, you need to stay off them podcasts, because every time you open your mouth, boom, a bone fall out. But I just also can't wait till we can get some council people that's for the people, and we can sit down in here and act like grown-ups and handle the business of the city. After we get done with these people that's just sticking every piece of money, pennies, nickels, quarters, dimes in their pocket, but get on TV and say, I'm doing the work for the citizens of Flint. And that's all I got to say tonight. Good, everybody in here, and I don't care. I want to say it one more time. Nobody will stop me from exercising my rights of freedom of speech and expression. And I'll see you next meeting.
Thank you. There is a lady obstructing our aisleway, and per the fire marshal, that is not allowed. So I'm going to ask Ms. Beverly Biggs to please move into a seat out of the aisleway.
A point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, when you have a person who has a handicap, you have to make it accessible, which is removing chairs for her. So do you want to have someone, there has to be a handicap area that's available.
That was done. Thank you very much for moving. I appreciate it. Next public speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. I hope you can hear me. She's been sitting over there a while since I've been coming down, and now all of a sudden it's blocking the aisleway. But it's all good. Hell, we done been through a lot. I want to say to the country, I'm glad we got through this election. It was a headache. I got more junk mail. I can't even fill up my trash can that's oversized. For here locally, and we all have the right to freedom of speech, good or bad in this country. You can speak. So I'm going to take a few seconds because I got a little bit left on that clock up there. And I want to say to the First Ward, I'm going to say thank you because you did get out there and do the work and cleared for the kids to be safe over there at Eagle Crest, to be able to walk up and down between Fleming Road and Graceline. It was not just only bushes, but hell, it was trees out there overgrowing the sidewalk. And I think the mayor should thank you for just finding the sidewalk on Pearson Road. So not just being a candidate up here on this here board, but someone that is out there in the community riding around and seeing and getting something done. And just as simple as rediscovering a sidewalk that was buried under debris. I just have to say you're doing some work out there in the community, and that makes a big difference. It can catch up with Clio Road. And if there's other roads that's out there being overcovered by trees, maybe some of the other council people should get out and ride around and find them too. That does seem to be something that's getting done in the community, even though we're not getting them roofs up. And the mayor and them said they were starting on the roof program as of Monday. And I just want to let people know, come down and fill it out. They call it a lottery. Maybe you might be lucky and get a roof fixed. I think we should have been able to get a lot more did than 70, but we'll find a way to work it out. We're America. We'll get through it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gladys Williamson.
My name is Gladys Williamson, and my first concern is what you just did to a handicapped senior, because it seems like you guys are really good at persecuting the seniors in this chamber. Second of all, everything you did at that one meeting when there were only 4 of you and you couldn't have quorum, you broke the Roberts rules. So all the people that you had removed by the police broke the Roberts rules. You didn't have quorum. You didn't have no right to have the police put their hands on nobody. And you break Roberts rule every chance you get when it's in your advantage. Third of all, that garbage can right there that was brought to my house and forced upon me, I've taken a picture of it sitting in city council, took a picture of the numbers that you tried to marry me up to, and I'm bringing it back to you because it pushes me. You never gave it any thought to the seniors of Flint when you married these garbage cans to us. And I will continue to put my garbage bags out to the road, and I will never use a garbage can that has Mayor Neely's name on it, so it must belong to him. It don't belong to me, and I'm returning it.
The next speaker is John McFadden.
Good evening, Council. John McFadden. Thank you. John McFadden, First Ward. Yes, I'm down here on behalf of the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park. The Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park is a group of individuals that was once lived in that park area there. And we had adopted that park in 2013. And we get back there and have a reunion and picnics there every year. But for 40-some years, that park has been neglected. And I think that the deal that Ashley Capital worked out there looked like it would be a good use of that property, both for the citizens and Ashley Capital, for the plant that they want to put there. I think it'll be a win-win for everybody. It'll bring that park back to a point where it can be used, as the state is in now, it's not able to be used. And at one point in time, the Brothers and Sisters was against the sale of that park. But we would rather have a piece of something that's really nice than all that land there that's just look like the wilderness there. We got people living in our little building that's down there, that somehow the city never sealed that building up down there. We got vagrants living down there in that building. So it'd be a plus for everybody, I think, if that property could be sold to them and the park could be rebuilt in that spot there. From the funds also that gonna be sold for that park. Because by that park not being really sold, that money should be put back into that park to make it the the best park in the city, with all the newest and latest equipment that a park could have. Because that park been neglected for over 60 years. And that park helped make Flint. In 1905, they took 12 acres out that park to put in Industrial Street and Buick. And so here again, they come to take more land for more progress for the city of Flint. And I just think it'll be a win-win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Williamson, please refrain from speaking out. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Ms. Williams.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm the 3rd Ward. I've been sitting over there for a year and a half. You never had nothing to say about it. I've been sitting on that side for a year and a half. You're looking for something to pick with, and I'm not the one. And I'm not gonna give you the gratitude of being the one. You can do something else. Why you worried? What about the water? Talk about the water. You talk about somebody sitting on the side by a window. Let's hear you guys bring up the water, or how we're gonna get paid for the water. Y'all don't, like I say, when I tell you the truth, you don't have nothing to say. But if I bring up stupid stuff, you got everything to comment back on. I'm not gonna give you the benefit of the doubt to say nothing stupid to y'all, because y'all already know you're stupid. Have a blessed day.
Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? Miss Liddell Lewis, I know I have been coming up here saying some things that you didn't like, so these last couple of days, I've seen some things that I did like, and that is how you represented our city when you were dealing with the Harris team people. But your attitude that I heard about that took place at House Spring yesterday, I don't agree with. As far as all of the arguing and stuff that took place there, I don't know what the story was, but I don't agree with that at all. Now, we have an issue in our city. A 17-year-old was shot and killed by the state police. But one of the issues is he had a loaded gun in his hand. I talked to his family. Any more questions?
Mr. Woodson, please.
Any more questions? Any more questions?
Mr. Jones, please address council.
Anyway, we need to do some kind of communicating to try to help these youngsters, not carry these guns. Maybe y'all need to look in to see if y'all can write some ordinance that could get some of these guns off of these streets. And also, there needs to be an ordinance or law or something that every body patrolling Flint streets have body cams and dash cams. That way, whether, like right now, he want to argue, well, did you know he had one? Pull out the dash cam, questions answered. Did he have his back turned? Pull out the dash cam, questions answered. Simple as that. Now, there's a lot going on, and we got a lot of work to do. So I just wish that y'all could put the citizens first. And it hurts me when I hear all of them need to go, when y'all act the fool. Whatever happens in this, we're all guilty of, no matter whether we have something to do with it or not. When y'all vote some kind of way, the city of Flint council voted that way. They don't individually say what y'all did, they say the city of Flint. So please think, and also remember this, a lot of people have done things so long that they thought that they wasn't going to be found guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
And years later, they have. Ask P. Diddy.
Jones,
Thank you.
The final speaker for this meeting is Arthur Woodson.
I didn't put my name on there. I said Dr. Doolittle. I was going to talk. My name said Dr. Doolittle, but I'm not going to address it right now.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
According to the slip, it must be filled out in this entirely correctly. So, unless his name is Dr. Doolittle, that speaker's slip is not acceptable.
Man, that's not even in the rule, man. Come on somewhere.
According, you must fill out
I put my name down at the bottom. I signed my name down at the bottom. Thank you very much. That's how she knew it was my slip. Y'all on some straight up bullshit.
Miss Donahue, is it signed correctly?
I can put Dr. Doolittle. I can
Excuse
put
me.
Your mama. I can put anything I want to.
Is it signed correctly?
He signed his name.
Okay, go ahead.
Y'all on some straight bullshit, man. Hey, listen, people come up here.
Point of order.
There she go again with that bullshit.
Mr. Woodson is using the vulgarities.
And Trump just won. Because, hey, Constitution, First Amendment, the First Amendment.
Point of order.
What's
The
your
First
point?
Amendment.
No, he's
Don't argue
proceeding to
with
speak.
me. Don't argue. Thank you.
And so, according to our council rules, using vulgarities is not acceptable, and the balance of his time can be taken if he continue to use vulgarities.
You are correct.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I believe the rule states vulgarity directed towards people, not
Thank you.
generality.
Thank you. You in trouble, man. You in trouble, Judy. You are not a Republican. Everything that they did at Madison Square Garden,
excuse me,
all
Mr.
that, you are a
Woodson.
fake ass Republican.
Mr. Woodson, thank you. That is your time.
That's not my time. That's not my time. I'm serious. That's not my time. You kept on calling my name, interrupting me, man. Y'all are looking for bullshit, man. Y'all are looking.
Point of order.
You messed with Beverly
Point
Biggs
of order.
first.
Point of order.
Said some other stuff.
He's not being
been
brought
over
to
here,
order,
and now
so
you
he's
telling me
being
I can't say
being
bullshit.
disruptive in this
Mr.
order.
You say I can't say ass.
That is your time.
That's not
Thank
my
you.
time.
Mr. Woodson, that is your
That
time.
is not my time.
I am the
Y'all
chair,
keep on fucking
and I
with
have
me,
called
man.
you. I have said that is
Man,
your time.
people can't even
Madam,
come up here and talk.
point of
man.
order.
What's your point?
You are the chair of this meeting. He must, according to our council rules, he must abide by the rules of the chair. If he cannot, he will be removed from this
need to
meeting.
give me a first
and so
warning.
he needs a first warning.
This is your warning.
Let me say this, man.
Okay.
Let me say this.
I said that was your time.
No, this is my first warning.
And I also gave you,
You can't take my time if you're going to give me your first warning. It's the second warning and put me out, and that's my time.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I do want to point out 29.8 because I believe it was stated wrong. Rule 29.8 says any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of allotted time or any other violation of these rules. Doesn't have to be directed at anyone. There were several vulgarities spoken. You also told him to step away from the mic, and he's also been given a warning.
Hey, can y'all ask the lawyer?
Mr. Woodson, please sit down.
Metcalf. They can appeal.
Mr. Woodson, please sit down.
Come on, man. Y'all ain't all right. All right, man. Okay.
Madam
I'm
Clerk.
not pressing your buttons. They pressing my shit.
Madam
Point
Clerk,
of
please
order.
turn off
They
this
pressing my
microphone.
shit.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Don't be saying it like that, man. I'm pressing your buttons and shit, Metcalf. Come on now. Come on. All right then, man. Let's go.
I believe it was 29.8.
I didn't request a rule. No, ma'am. I read it.
Hey, come on now. Come on now, man. Don't fucking grab
Here we go.
Mr. Moore, you cannot interfere.
Miss Mack, you must stand back. She's in violation. Miss Mack, stand back. Mr. Moore, don't do it.
Mr. Moore, sit down.
Miss Mack,
You
stand
cannot
back.
interfere.
Shut up. Get ready to walk out, man. Come on, man.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mitchell. Please sit down and shh. Thank you. Madam Clerk, was that our last speaker?
Yes, that was the last public speaker.
Excuse me, sir. I'm asking you to either leave, okay. It's now time for council responses. Anyone wish?
Point of order.
Did he just say bullshit? Yeah.
Point of order.
He's leaving. Yes, what's your point?
So I would like to make sure that we're highlighting for the...
Sir.
So I would like to highlight the fact that council members as well as audience members are not to interfere with the dealings of our police department, and we want to make sure that in accordance to our public safety plan, keeping everyone safe, that no one can interfere. So just in case that happens next time, Madam Chair, that council members...
Point of order.
What's your point?
That is not on Police Chief Green's safety plan. That is not. We have not voted in a safety plan. It's not on his. So you're stating and making it's not on there. Yours is not his. That's incorrect.
Okay, so Madam...
This is yours.
If I may.
Please.
So that is, again, that is not the exclusive safety plan of the council president. This is council leadership in collaboration with the chief. And
what's your request?
We are all voted in equally. My input wasn't for your, and you don't speak for Tanya Burns. Let me be clear. This is not the same. This is not the chief's plan.
Ms.
Therefore,
Burns.
it is unenforceable.
Ms. Burns, please do not yell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just want to make sure, we had colleagues state that they felt unsafe in these chambers, and at the press conference, we made...
What's your point? That is correct.
Okay, understanding, but just wanted to make sure, just in case that happens again.
Point of order.
That's point of order.
Had an understanding.
She's abusing point of order.
I've got point of order from Mr. Pfeiffer.
We're talking about safety.
That's
point of order.
Miss Lewis, what's your point?
You had Councilman Pfeiffer first.
I did reach out to Mr. Pfeiffer. I did say Mr. Pfeiffer first.
But then she went on and talked again. So I want
Just
to
my original point of order is still, like...
So we will go on to council response. Is there anyone wishing to...
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Alamy.
I just want to say thank you to the residents of the First Ward who came out and supported me in this election. You know, it was a lot of misinformation, a lot of slander, things being put out there. I'm just really appreciative that the individuals who voted for me didn't fall for all that nonsense, and we're going to continue to move the ward forward. And for those who may have not voted for me, I hope that we can work together. It's a lot of work to do in the First Ward. I'm open to working with anyone who's serious about moving our ward forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I don't know how you set the tone in this, but the tone is very negative. And it's just not what should be happening. Not even allowing leeway for simple things like to say amen. But I do want to state, because I want the public to know, the results were not public for the third ward race. And for the third ward race, if it had been approved, it would have come in with Beverly Biggs first with 337, AC Dumas with 262, Richard Jones with 129, the late Councilman Quincy Murphy, 193, and last would be Carrie Nelson at 135. So I do want to put that on the record. I don't know where Ms. Biggs is at with her legal proceedings or if it's done. The state is not certified, I don't believe, the race yet. I know there were some issues with a couple of the precincts being balanced, so there were some issues. But I think that once we are past elections, and we are, except for the third ward, when it comes to the public showed who they wanted for that race, and it would have been Mrs. Biggs. So I don't know where her legal process is at. You know, as we talk about celebrating one, there was still another one that I personally feel that the residents are being robbed of. They are. I'm done.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Did you want to?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. El Alamein, for standing game and for running a clean race. The First Ward have spoke, and we are happy that they decided to proceed forward with your work and with the great things. Madam Clerk, point.
You cannot obstruct the view of people behind you. You must put your sign down. It's per our safety plan. Go ahead.
The lady in the back.
Yes, Miss Mack, there are people behind you.
Point of order.
You are not to be walking around with your sign,
Point of
please.
order.
What's your point?
Are you reading these out of Councilwoman Liddell Lewis's rules? We do not have a rule. Her rules state this. These rules are not enforceable. They're not.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. And so, again, she needs to be brought to order.
Ms. Williams, please sit down.
The lady with the poppycock sign, she is disrespecting the authority of the chair.
Point of order.
And please, I'm going to need my time back.
What is your point?
My point is I need you to acknowledge it, please, when I say point of order. That's what the rules state. All talking must cease. And
what
you
is
shall
your
acknowledge
point?
It. Thank you. Point of order is number one. You're forgetting the First Amendment right. They have a right to protest. Freedom of the speech. Freedom of speech. Amen. You can't, in expression, you can't take that from them because they have signs. They have the right to protest.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So we will address that. So point of order, and I'm going to need some of my time back. This is disorderly conduct because after you told her that she cannot obstruct, she began to weave in and out of the seats, then she began to walk up the side. And so that right there deserves a warning. See, we can't sit here and talk about disorderly conduct and how the chair and how leadership is not making sure that we have a safe environment.
Point of order.
What's your point?
You asked Ms. Biggs-Levy to move from the aisleway, and you're allowing her to be in the aisleway.
I did ask you to sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Madam Chair, again, we have audience members that's going against the ruling of the chair as we enforce our rules to make sure that we're keeping order and the residents in this place safe.
What's your point?
What rule? What rule's been broken? What rule has been broken?
It's the safety plan.
Safety plan is not a voted upon council rule.
This was approved by the police, chief of police.
The chief of police has no jurisdiction over the rules of this body.
The request.
What? Point of order.
What's your point?
We're talking about orders of the chambers. The Flint police have full authority over the conduct and disorderliness that goes on in this body and in this place. So let's be clear, that doesn't sound right.
According to number 8 of the safety plan.
Point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That safety plan is nowhere in our rules. It is no part of no ordinance. It has no bearing on this meeting.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is Chief Green's safety plan and Ms. Lewis's safety plan are not the same. He is not enforcing her safety plan. And he told her so, I believe. So these
not at
rules,
all. You know,
rules are not enforceable.
Through you, Madam Chair.
This is not, excuse me, I got the floor. These are not, his safety plan does not tell us signs and respect. That is not his job. Safety has nothing to do with that. Use of the lectern.
Ma'am,
that's not true.
Ms. Burns, you have gone beyond a point of order.
What's the point of order?
What's your point?
What's beyond the point of order? We're talking about her safety plan, which at the top of the safety plan states the plan was crafted and given final approval by the Flint Chief of Police and Flint City Council leadership on 11/6/24. Chief Green did not approve this plan. Okay. That is a fact.
Okay. Where's Chief Green here right now?
Yes.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
I do believe that the chair is who has the discretion at the meeting. The chair has ruled. You can appeal the ruling of the chair. We can vote and go on with our day. That is the rules in the council chambers. The chair has ruled. So is there an appeal on the floor? That's my point of order.
There is no appeal. Okay, let's move on. Let's go on. Please sit down, Ms. Mack. Any other, Dr. Lewis, you were in the middle of your discussion. Thank you. Your response.
Thank you. So congratulations, Mr. El Alamein. Please continue to serve the First Ward and work with every single person that had the confidence in you, and also those that did not, because that's what leadership does. I also want to highlight the fact that we talked about the public safety plan. We had council members that said that they did not feel safe, and at the press conference that we had council members that stated they will not come back to work till they have a public safety plan. Chief Green and I, diligently, as well as council leadership, made sure that we crafted the public safety plan to ensure the safety in these chambers. We can't have it both ways. One way say...
Request for information.
What's your request?
Who is council leadership? And where is that listed in our council rules or charter who leadership specifically is?
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Just want to say that is a violation of council rules, because you can't continue to use privileged motions to take the floor. And so I'm going to need some of that time back because, again, I got interrupted with that.
Put her back to 55 seconds, please. Thank you.
We had colleagues to state on the record that they did not feel safe in these chambers. We had colleagues to state that we needed a safety plan. And so that is exactly what the chief and the council leadership came up with to ensure the safety of this body, as well as for the members of the audience. These are not new rules. These are just a compilation of the rules that we already have that we are enforcing. You cannot obstruct the aisleways. Yeah, that is per the fire marshal. And unfortunately, no, they were not enforcing that. But guess what will happen from this point forward? We will make sure it is your responsibility as well as our responsibility to make sure everyone here is safe and rules are followed. We need to make sure that individuals are continuing to being brought to order and make sure this is a safe place for people to practice their democracy. You ask for a plan, we have a plan, let's enforce the plan and do the business of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank all of the residents for coming out. Thank you for your, thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for your input, your opinions, your concerns, whatever you have come up to us and spoke about. First of all, I just want to say something. Anytime we have a plan that comes before this council, we must vote on it as a whole. I'm not following this. And see, I had a long conversation with Chief Green, and I know Chief Green didn't approve this. This is not a safety plan. This is, like you said, a compilation of the rules. And anytime we have an addition to our rules, we must vote on it. We must have a public hearing. So I don't know what you think is going on, but see, you guys are used to making up rules. They make up rules as we go along.
Ms. Williams, that is your first warning.
See, they're used to weaponizing the police against the residents. It's nothing wrong with Miss Mack standing over there. She doesn't have to sit down. See, we're going to be in some trouble because we continue to certain members on this council continue to violate freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And residents, if I were you, I would put in a lawsuit because this is ridiculous. All these rules on these stupid rules on here.
Anyone else?
Made up by the president.
Anyone else? Seeing
Madam
none?
Chair.
Go ahead.
I do want to take a few minutes to say a couple of things. There was a long-standing member on this council who asked a question that they should know because they served in the capacity of leadership before. However, I will read the rule. Rule 3.1, the council shall have a president, a vice president, chosen by the majority of council members elect from term, which shall end on the second Monday in November or until a successor is elected. The president shall preside at meetings of the council as chair, and in absence of the president, the vice president shall preside. If both the president and vice president are absent, a chairperson from a council committee shall preside in the following order: finance, government operations, or legislative. Basically, there has been council leadership the entire time. Everybody's been on this council. The rule states what council leadership is. We don't need to keep pretending like there is no council leadership simply because you are not in leadership. I also want to take the moment to let Ms. Gladys know. Ms. Gladys, I do understand that those cans are a bit large. So what you can do is call Priority Waste, ask them about the backdoor service, and they will have someone. No, this is not a back and forth. Please pause the time.
Miss Williams.
That's her second one.
That is this. Miss Williams. Miss Williams, this is your second warning and you are being removed from this meeting. Miss Williams, please remove yourself from this meeting.
Point of order.
What's your point?
According to the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, if you persist on being disorderly, you will be subject to arrest.
I'm leaving that trash can right there.
According to this Disorderly Person City Code subsection, if you persist on being disorderly, you are subject to arrest.
Go ahead, Ms. Machat, unless you want to.
Point of order.
What's your point?
She needs to be quiet. Because she's disrupting this meeting. Madam, okay, I understand. So we have the lady back there in the corner. She just yelled out poppycock. The lady back here in the corner just yelled out poppycock. Who slumped down in her seat.
Oh, okay.
So.
Thank you. Please refrain from yelling out. RL, please sit down and stay out of. RL, please stay out of it. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Schatt. Go ahead.
Yes, I do want my time back.
How many seconds was it? I didn't see.
Just put it back at 1 minute.
Okay, put it back at 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now that we are clear, because everyone up here who's been on council is clear that there is leadership, that is the president, vice president, anyone that is a chair of a committee that is considered council leadership. There's always been council leadership. People that asked the question were a part of council leadership at one point in time. Mr. Leon Elamine, Councilman Elamine, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on winning in a professional manner. We greatly appreciate you. I look forward to the opportunity to continue serving with you, Councilman Leon Elamine, the councilman in the First Ward. I believe the First Ward has spoken about their councilman. So congratulations, Councilman of the First Ward, Mr. Leon Elamine. I do want to say, as far as the Third Ward race goes, again, not only were the results not released, but people also did not get an opportunity to vote. A lot of people didn't exercise that right simply because they felt as though they were not able to vote. And so any results that were given is not a full depiction of the Third Ward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, that ends council response. We'll now go into a, do we need a break to set up the presentation for Ashley Capital? Davina, how much time do you need? Davina, how much time do you need to set up for presentation? Okay.
Thanks. Do I have to use the display settings to?
It should pop up. It should be able to pop up.
Oh, it says preparing.
And then when it's solid, I should be here.
Ready, conference.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's solid. And then it's showing your.
There we go. Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the council's attention and time for doing this quick presentation. I tried to make it quick, but Ashley Capital has not been before council since the Brownfield plan was approved in September of 2023. So I wanted to just give a quick update of what we've been doing with the Buick City site for the Flint Commerce Center, and then roll into what we're talking about in terms of purchasing Oak Park as part of the next building that we're going to build for a deal with Nanograph. So just skip over that. So reminder who we are. We are a privately held organization focused on long-term ownership. The main point I want to make is that our company has 30 million square feet of industrial real estate in the country. About 22 million of it is in Michigan. That's the bulk of our holdings. We focus on long-term ownership, which generally leads to long-term relationships for the communities that we operate in. One of our first buildings was in Romulus. We're still there. It's been 30 years. And we're proud to be part of that city, and we also have many buildings in many other communities. The Flint Commerce Center is our first entry into Flint, and we're excited to be here, and we appreciate the partnership with the city on the site that we're working on. So as everyone knows, Buick City was such a big deal in the city of Flint, and it defined it in many ways. But when GM left the site, they left all the structures, they removed the above grade structures, but they left the slabs, foundation, utilities behind, which complicated any kind of future redevelopment of the site. This is the conceptual site plan that we've presented on several different times. This shows roughly the 300 acres of the campus. And in particular, what I'd pull attention to is this area in the middle, this yellow area. This is the area that we're actively doing demolition of the old Buick City slabs and foundation and utilities. And that's what we're actively working on that. We have our first building that we built and is constructed at Hamilton and North Street. That's right here in the blue. And what we're really talking about is the next building that we want to go here that will encroach upon Oak Park. So a quick update on building one. We finished our building. It's 330,000 square feet. It's substantially complete. We're happy to announce in August that Victory Packaging signed the first lease for the building. They took half the building, which is about 166,000 feet. They became operational and moved in on October 1st. I want to give credit to the City of Flint city staff working with us at the building department, the zoning department to get Victory Packaging in. And they also held a job fair in September.
Hold on, Mark.
Yep.
Per council rules, all cell phones are to be silenced. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So they did hold a job fair per our request in our lease, and they had over 150 applicants. They're just getting operational, and they only have 2 lines. But when I did go and visit them, and Ms. Priestley was with me, I appreciated that. They have already 16 new workers, and 15 of them are all City of Flint residents, and the only one that wasn't lived just outside the city. And they got really good feedback, and they're excited to get more workers as they ramp up, and they're looking around 50 or 60 as they get up to full operations. And then we have some proposals for the other half of the building, and we are really optimistic. We think we're pretty close to a deal on that too. So we're really excited for all this economic opportunity that's coming to Flint, and we're happy to be part of it. I did want to highlight a couple things because I know in many of the public meetings when we met with the PPA, with the EPA regarding moving to closure on the site or closing to purchase the site, there was a lot of feedback about minority contractors in the city and getting opportunities. We've tried to make a lot of efforts to outreach and make substantial progress on that. We had a big update meeting at Mott Community College in November 2023. We did public bids on the campus demolition work. And although we did have some local minority contractors come to our public bid, many of them basically told us the site was too large. There was a lot of environmental contamination and special training. It wasn't a good fit. There wasn't anybody in the city that really had the capabilities to do that work at the scale of Buick City. But we did compile a really good list of building trades. And so we made a concerted effort as we built out the next office in our first building on the other end of the building from Victory Packaging. And we basically did what I'd call a closed bid where we only invited several of the minority contractors. We met through our outreach, and we awarded about $200,000 of the $750,000 worth of work to minority contractors that were electricians and carpenters and mason. In addition to that, we also have been working with a Flint-based woman-owned company that does fence maintenance and repair. And as everyone knows, Buick City is pretty big, and there's a lot of fencing around it, and we've already spent about $160,000 working with them. In addition, as I mentioned, our leases encourage potential tenants to hold local job fairs. We're really trying hard to make sure that opportunities are going to local residents, and it was nice to see that successfully implemented by Victory Packaging, and we hope and are excited to see that continue. Another thing I wanted to highlight is when we were building the first building, we partnered with the U.S. Jobs Corps, which is our neighbor just across the street of North. We worked with weekly educational visits with the students, about 10 to 15 students and 2 instructors. They came and observed many different parts of the building construction, and then we also worked with some of the pre-apprenticeship programs to give them opportunities to actually do some real work on our building. And then several of the students actually got hired by some of the contractors after doing some of that pre-apprenticeship training. So moving that to high level, so the big thing with Buick City is obviously the demolition of the campus, and we've been working on that. This is what we've done to date. Our first phase is focused on a 65-acre chunk. We've removed about 40% of the slabs, roughly in that shape. We've removed the utilities and foundations from about 23% of that. The scale's a little hard to get right because of the perspective. And then we've capped about 15%. And we're continuing to do the work, and we expect to continue through the spring and going into the first quarter of next year, where we'll see how far we can go. As part of that work, all of it was approved in a plan that was submitted to, reviewed, and approved by the state and cleanup agency, Eagle. And we are also, as part of this, working on constructing a new 60-inch and 18-inch storm sewer with chemically resistant materials to prevent any contaminated groundwater getting into the storm sewer so it doesn't get to the Flint River. And we're working on that as well at the same time. And then here's just a photo that kind of gives a little bit of context. You can see here, this is our water treatment system. It's hard to see, I guess, it's kind of small. This is just showing you some areas where the slabs are not removed. Here's some excavations. You can see where we are removing subgrade slabs and utilities. And then here you can kind of see the slabs are gone, but the foundations are still visible. And I can tell you that it's been a lot of work. We've been working hard since about the end of May, and there's a lot of concrete, as everyone knows, and we've been crushing that concrete and processing it and using it and converting it into fill. But it's been a lot of work, and we found a lot of interesting buried structures that weren't on any maps, and a lot of even buildings under buildings, which obviously is a lot of work to remove that from the ground and demolish it. But we're continuing to work on that progress. I also wanted to highlight that in the theme of trying to find ways to work with the city, we were approached about the city recycling and trash cart program, and we cleared some land in one of our parking lots and basically gave it to the city, let the city use it for no cost. And we paid the cost to clear everything so that all the recycling and trash bins that everyone has were all assembled on the land on one of the vacant parking lots that we had that was fenced. It was an ideal site for the city. We were happy to do it, and they were in and out in about 2 or 3 months or so, but basically at no cost. So that brings me to the main focus, right, that's on the agenda today is the Nanograph deal, Building 2 in Oak Park. Okay, and this is just a brief rendering of what we're talking about, and I'm going to break it down in pieces. So I think the first thing that's important is just who is Nanograph, because that, they've been in the news, there's been a couple articles written about this. So Nanograph is a US-based battery anode manufacturing company, so they basically make a part of batteries, not the whole battery. And they grew out of Northwestern University in Illinois. So it's a US-based company. They have several contracts with the Department of Defense and other auto companies. They basically make silicon oxide anode technology, and they make batteries last longer and charge faster. What's really been driving all of this focus is that into September of this year, they were awarded a $60 million grant from the Department of Energy to expand their operation. And this has been viewed as part of the U.S. government's efforts to onshore the manufacturing process, in particular the critical components for energy infrastructure. MEDC has also committed $15 million to the project. And overall, the investment is estimated from the Nanograph side at about $175 million and 200 construction jobs and 150 permanent jobs. As part of the competitive Department of Energy grant process, they had to include many community benefit plan like bullet points that they had to have in their plan that got scored, and is one of the reasons why they won. That included workforce development plans with a target to employ up to 75% of new workers from the local community, a neutrality agreement with the unions in terms of the steel workers, and also a memorandum of understanding that basically pledges to use union labor on the entire job. And so that's kind of what's going on with Nanograph and what the deal is, and this gets into Building 2. So Nanograph needs about 320,000 square feet, and they're asking for a building constructed by September of 2025 with a setup period in the summer. That's very aggressive, and that's why we've been trying to move this thing along so we can begin working on all the demolition that we need to do and start building foundations for the building over the summer. Building 1, as we just talked about, Victory Packaging is in half of it. We're working on leases for the other half, but that's not large enough because they need 300,000 feet and we only have 160,000 feet available in our building. So the only available path right now to meet their needs is to build Building 2, which on our side is about a $30 million investment. So often I'm talking about this project as being about a $200 million project. That's a combination of their investment for their build out and our investment to build the site out. And this requires the purchase of a portion of the decommissioned Oak Park to make the building large enough. And as John was speaking earlier, and the brothers and sisters, we've worked with the city and several local stakeholders to try to find a way to bring all this investment to the city, but at the same time respect the history of Oak Park, which is integrally tied to the city and Buick City. So we looked at, and it's been an education process for our company and for me personally, and I really respect all of the people who have educated me about Oak Park. And it was it's been a park, and it was donated by 1911 by the Dort Durant Carriage Company. It's been intrinsically linked to Buick City, and unfortunately, when Buick City declined, the park also declined. And so the sale of Oak Park requires a couple things, and I apologize, some of this is complicated. I'm just going to do high level, and I can answer questions. A lot of people know that there was a deed restriction on the park. That's true. There's a deed restriction. It says that the park cannot be used by anything but a park, and if it ever does, then the city would have to give the land back to the original grantor. The original grantor was the Dort Durant Carriage Company or its successors. The successor of that is GM. GM went bankrupt, so they no longer exist. So essentially the deed restriction is voided because there's no way to enforce it because there's no entity to receive it. Now, from an interesting point of history, as we get into the ballot initiative, the issue is that when the ballot initiative was passed in 1984, it's because the city was going to sell it to GM. So GM was basically selling, like they would have received it as soon as they triggered the deed restriction. but they didn't want to just take it from the city, so they worked out a deal. I don't know exactly what the deal was, but that's why it got put to a voter initiative. But when Buick City started to falter, GM never actually consummated those plans, which is why it's just been sitting that way ever since. So, as I noted, in 1984, there was a ballot initiative that was approved to decommission and sell the park, but because of Buick City kind of falling away, it never actually happened, so it's just been kind of there the whole time. The purchase price that was agreed upon was $172,600, determined by the city assessor. That was for the entire 8.5 acres. Now, we'll talk about that. We actually are buying less than the 8.5 acres, but we're still paying the same price. And then obviously council approval is required. So what the plan that we came up with was, we wanted to acknowledge the fact that it wasn't used very frequently, but once we realized that it was and who the brothers and sisters of Oak Park were, I've been meeting with them and we've been talking to them for months trying to figure out if there's some way that we could, figure out a way that we could also move forward with this development, but find a way to respect the past. And what we settled on was we were going to preserve an acre of the park, which is basically the portion that the brothers and sisters used for their annual picnic. And we're going to invest in that and reactivate that park, giving it basically reclaiming the Oak Park name. And we're going to add a bunch of amenities to that park and agree to pay for all of the maintenance of those amenities and the park for not less than 20 years. We also agreed with the brothers and sisters to help them set up an actual formal nonprofit organization and then donate some money to support their picnic for the next 10 years. And we believe we found a win-win, and we're honored to have the support of the brothers and sisters. Really quickly, this is what you can see roughly the area of the reactivated Oak Park, and then approximately the building footprint. There has been some comments about us just paving over the park. That's not true. We are maximizing the building footprint to meet Nanograp's needs. This is the plan that we've put together, and it's gone through a couple iterations, and I know that I did do a live stream with Arthur Woodson, and he showed a picture of this, and that's shown up in a couple places. There's more amenities in this picture because after I met with Councilwoman Burns, and I've talked to the brothers and sisters, we've actually added some additional amenities that we think are actually going to be really great. So a couple different things. We're preserving all the oak trees that are healthy, that are in the footprint of the acre. We're going to have 2 pavilions that will hold at least 4 picnic tables each. They're going to be kind of oriented, one kind of towards each of the buildings. There are going to be 4 grills, 2 for each pavilion, 4 park benches, some parking, and then some paved walking paths. And one thing that I'm really excited about is we're going to put in some interpretive signage, because what we found is this park was really important to the brothers and sisters, but many people that we talked to didn't really know anything about the park. And the history of the park has sort of been lost by many because of its lack of use over the last 30, 40 years. And so we're really excited to tell that story, and we want to work with the brothers and sisters and also the Historical Society and other concerned citizens to kind of make sure that we really capture the essence of the park and get that story told. So it will be there for future generations. So I appreciate your time, and the main conclusion is that, a lot of times it's hard. We live in a polarized society. We just had this big election yesterday, but our main point is that it's not a binary choice. You can work together and find a win-win, and we want to do both. We want to invest in the city, but we also want to preserve the park. And one of the things that I'm particularly excited about is the idea that Oak Park had a very integral history with Buick City and workers relaxing on their lunches, and it was kind of tied to the workers around it. And we're excited about some of the amenities that really we were pushed to add for the city's benefit, but it's really going to be nice, the fact that we have these pavilions kind of closer to the buildings, and I think the workers in those buildings are really going to use this, and I really believe that the park is going to be used a lot more. We also are putting the agreement to do the improvements will be paid by Ashley Capital over and above the purchase price. Right now, we're still getting estimates on what this kind of final plan looks like, but it's probably going to be somewhere in the order of about $150,000 to $200,000 of additional investment from us to do this park. And then, as I think someone noted in public comment, the sale proceeds, because the ballot initiative required the funds to go into the park fund, not the general fund. So the park proceeds are going to go and be reinvested in other parks with an emphasis on the north side. So we like the idea that, yes, part of the park is, we're asking you to sell it to us so we can do this development and bring these jobs, but the benefit of that is going to get redirected and invested in other parks that are really active in the community. And then we want to note too, in addition to the other stuff we talked about, we've made a lot of commitments in some of the meetings that we've met, in the private meetings and also the council meetings, and we've met them. We feel like we are putting our money where our mouth is. And we appreciate that this is a long-term project, a long-term investment. This is building 2. Our plan has 10 buildings. We're going to be here a long time. And so we really look forward to working with the full council and working with the city and continuing this partnership and bringing investment to the city. And I really, would ask you to think about it that, 2 years ago, Lear was there, but it was all vacant land. And with this deal, by the end of next year, maybe rolling into the following year when they're fully operational, especially we expect to have a lease on the other half of the building, you're going to have both of our buildings fully leased with all new employees, from all the way from North all the way to Leith. And we think that that's going to bring a lot of economic activity to that area, and we're excited to be a part of it with the city. With that, that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. We've got 12 minutes left. Is there anyone who has any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mark. A couple questions. The original building, how many square feet is that one?
330,000.
330?
Yeah.
And the Victory Packaging is taking half of it. So
about 166, yeah.
Okay. So that leaves, is it just all open? Is it sort of already sectioned off to?
Well, so when we leased the half to Victory Packaging, we built a demising wall, which is like a separation wall, so that the building's basically split in 2 now, with Victory on one side and it's open on the other side, and that's what we're, working to find a tenant for.
Okay, so do you sort of project or think it's going to likely be a single tenant, or how many tenants do you sort of think might take up that rest of that space?
Yeah, because it was a speculative building, right, we have to be very flexible because things could also change in the future as leases end and new leases are signed. But the building can accommodate up to 4 tenants, but since Victory Packaging took the first half, and I can tell you the other tenants we're talking to, we have 2 deals in particular that we're pretty confident about that one of them's going to go. They're both looking at the other half of the building. So that being the case, we expect the building to have 2 tenants.
Okay. Now, originally, when you came before us, what was the projection for the number of jobs?
The number of jobs was projected for the full campus build-out of about 3.5 million square feet of around 2,000.
Okay, so originally it was for everything.
Yeah, the brownfield plan and the original conceptual plan was for the entire campus development, which if I go back to...
No, I got that, the whole...
Yeah.
The multicolored.
This thing. So it was about 2,000 jobs over like 15 years.
Over 15 years.
Roughly, yeah.
3,000 jobs over 15 years.
It depends on the tenant, right? Like Nanograph is a manufacturing tenant. That's a little bit job heavier. If you get like a pure distribution tenant, they don't have as many jobs, so it's an average of square footage, yeah.
So Victory Packaging has currently 16. They hired their first 16. Do you have a feel for how many more?
Yeah, that was for 2 lines. They expected to ramp up to about 15 or about 5 to 6 lines, and they were thinking 50 to 60 people.
50 to 60?
Yeah.
Okay, 50 to 60, and that might be over the next.
Within
the next year?
Yeah, within the next year, probably within the next, they're ramping up now. They might have more workers already. I was there 2 weeks ago, and they were only basically operational for 2 weeks, but they started training and kind of screening people in September, assuming they'd be ready in October. So I would expect in the next, 6 months or so, they'll probably be up to full operation.
So how many full-time employees does Ashley Capital currently have at the site?
0.
0?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Nanograph is looking to bring how many?
They're saying 150 jobs, or 150.
Now, have they made a commitment to anyone within the city as far as what that's going to look like?
They are working through, so they had to apply for the competitive grant, and they're currently negotiating with the DOE on what they're allowed to use the grant money on in terms of meeting their commitments. And ultimately, what they pledged in their structure of their deal was a community benefits plan with the city, in particular with a heavy emphasis on workforce development, and their stated goal is 75% local employees.
75%
Yeah.
local. Okay, so those numbers, the 3,000, and really any employees that are going to be on the site, currently there's 0 that are actually Ashley Capital, that Ashley Capital can say we have this here?
Yeah, we're the landlord, so like
Right.
we have property management and we hire contractors to do, you know, landscaping, fencing, whatever.
Okay.
But ultimately it's our tenants that fill the space. And so we have employees that manage the properties, but like we have, say, one property manager might manage 10 million square feet.
So for the most part, it's going to be projections based on who you think you might be able to get to come in as to how many employees we actually get.
Yeah, what we do is we look at our like 20 million square feet in Michigan and we take the average of those jobs. We look at our kind of tenant suites and who's, you know, gonna, like who do we have now and how many jobs are generated, and we use those to project out what we want to see.
And the new building being built is going to be built to specification for nanograph?
Yeah, we're working through that right now with them because our standard, like for instance, the first building is 32 clear, which means the lowest point of the decking inside the building is 32 feet for racking, but they need a taller building, so we're working through that right now. They're going to need like a 36 or maybe a 40-foot clear building to accommodate their processes.
And how long a lease are they signing?
We're still negotiating that, but we would expect it to be, for the level of investment we're talking about and customization of the building, no less than 10 years.
And what type of outs do they have? Is that 10 years and you're going to collect whatever the monthly is for all 10 years, whether they are there or not?
Yeah.
And it's enforceable in some way?
Yeah, the leases are such that, like, if they, for instance, if they were to just leave, they would still have to pay rent. So there's a huge incentive for them to stay. Plus, they're investing like almost, you know, $175 million in specialized equipment to run their processes.
Mr. Jarrett, we've only got 6 minutes left. Can we have someone else answer some questions? I hate to interrupt you, but there may be other people. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask any questions? Go ahead.
I would like to motion the floor to extend it by 15 minutes to allow Mr. Jarrett, because this is really important.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to extend the special order by 15 minutes. Is there's a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Roll call, please.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes, he's yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
That is 8 yeses, 0 nos.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We have 15 more minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett, if you would like to continue for a few more minutes.
I'll let everybody go. No, you can come back.
Okay. But at least that gives other people opportunities to speak. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Tanya.
I never met with you until about 2.5 weeks ago. And my biggest issue with this community has is public trust. And I think we cleared up what I thought would be an hour-and-a-half conversation. It was almost 5 hours. So I understand economic development and moving forward, and we had a very transparent conversation. And I want to have my conversation in front of the public. Brothers and sisters is here. I've spoken since Mr. McFadden and Sherry has been coming for about a year. And what they wanted from Oak Park. And Oak Park does have sentimental and historical value to it, which was how do you marry those two and then marry it with public trust. And thank you for mentioning that you want to work with the entire body, because that's what we should be doing. All 9 wards is who should be included and not just seeking those who may give the approval. So thank you for that. Your project, I do believe, and I've always said, it's a great project. That site is only like 5 sites in the entire U.S. And so developing it was hard because of the contamination. And I went to the Racial Trust meetings. I've been there. And getting that site cleaned up, it's a huge site. You know, both of my grandfathers worked on that site and in the foundry. It was common to put stuff down. You know, General Motors back then, we didn't have all the safety rules. And to put things down in the sewers, and they put it in the river. And then, unfortunately, when we had a water crisis, those contaminations were still there. The lead was in the water, all those contaminations. So I'm looking at Mr. McFadden and Sherry and then the group, because I've met with them. I've met with the brothers and sisters and friends of Oak Park. And when they first came to us, their biggest concern was it would not be a park. It was decommissioned in 1984. It went to public hearing and it went to a vote of the people. We can't change 1984. That was the requirement and that was the charter. So that part was met. Also, legally, you cannot go back to, park can't be recommissioned, but technically it will be a new park afterwards, that it will be a new city park that will bear the name, much smaller, but it will have the name as Oak Park. It will be the same. And for 20 years, you will take that up, and you will also fund the Brothers and Sisters for Oak Park, because they have one big annual event every year. How much is that annual, the amount that you're going to pay for that each year?
Yeah, they told us that their budget is about $2,500, and we told them we'd give them $2,000. We felt like they should have some skin in the game, but we wanted to give them a substantial portion to help make that picnic happen.
Okay, so that'll fund their project that they have each year. And then you're also going to set up their nonprofit, so they have a proper nonprofit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So.
Please.
So I think when we talk about projects in Flint, it's hard. This community has just been, they feel it's taken advantage of. Like I told you, I worked in economic development. I get you have to move forward. I looked at the project, and I don't know anybody else. I played in that park every day as a child. We lived at North and Baker. And I did tell you I would donate the sign that I have, that's in my dad's garage, that belongs to me now. I would donate that back to the park. So I wish this had been done at the beginning, and having you come into council to reassure the public in a more transparent way, because having you here now is great, answering questions. And I want to get to, and I wanted to listen to, and I want to take from what Councilman Jarrett's pathway was, where he was talking about the number of jobs that it will be in the estimation. Your estimation of jobs goes on the square footage, is that correct?
Yep. Yes.
And so each building, because this building needs the back of the park, and it's not a parking lot in that back part. The building's going out wider, is that correct?
Yeah, you can see it in this picture.
Yeah. And so what was the original size of your second building that would have been built there?
About without the park, it would have been about 220,000, 200.
And the new building will be
maybe. And
the new building will be how much?
About 327.
Okay. And so what type of jobs that we will have are the entry level that will be in there? I know we talked about in our conversation, Flint has have a literacy issue, and that's something that Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, that's what she works on. And we have talked about this numerous times, her and I, that people, we want Flint residents to have these jobs, but they need the skill set. You're going to be, it's like your project will last longer than most marriages. And so we got to find, as you go forward, I hope that, you will do more projects as a community benefit agreement. I know community benefit agreements came about because I was not for this at first, because I didn't want to see people getting from their campaigns, campaign donations, nonprofit donations. I did not agree with those things. Although they may be legal, this community just wants it to be transparent. This park will cost up to about, what, $210?
Somewhere, yeah, we're still getting our estimates. I'm estimating between $150,000 and $200,000 right now.
Okay, and so those changes were made because they were told in the meeting before the park would be gone. There was nothing they could do. That had happened, that the votes were there, the 5 votes were there, the park would be gone. I like that now that you're negotiating with brothers and sisters and friends of Oak Park to understand the historical value and the sentimental value. So I'm gonna let my colleagues speak because our time is limited. But your next building, if we can do these like little short times, coming up, let the public hear you so that people don't feel like everything's behind the door, behind doors. We need to create public trust.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with any questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for doing this presentation again. I do want to correct something that was just said, though, because you and I did have a conversation. I believe a colleague just said you had 5 votes, and that's not accurate at all. I believe when you first talked to me about this, I said I needed to hear what the community was saying. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right. I just want to be clear on that. So we can...
Point of order.
What's your point?
This was before she was here. Can she make the record? This is before when Eva, this was before she was here.
That's not a correct point of order.
That's not appropriate.
That's not a correct point of order.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not a correct point of order.
Go ahead.
Okay. And so I just want to be clear, and since she wasn't clear when she said the 5 votes, we know what everybody assumed, so I wanted to be clear. I am happy that you did have an opportunity to speak with the residents, and that you and the residents did come to a conclusion that works for them. Now, I'm wondering, because I know at some point in time there was a conversation about maybe helping another park. Was that a part of this agreement as well, or was that no longer a part of this agreement?
It was discussed. I mean,
Okay.
Originally the plan was we weren't sure exactly how much of the park the brothers and sisters really used, and some of that was, you know, a failure on our part to, you know, get enough information from them. But when we first engaged with them, we didn't really even understand, like we were kind of told nobody used the park, right? Like we didn't really know they existed. Once we did, we then engaged with them and tried to figure this out with them. And then there was some talk about maybe like helping them set up at a different park, and we looked at several parks, and at the end of the day, they just weren't interested in that, because this is where their heart is, and this is where I don't want to speak for them, but that's what they told me, that they really loved Oak Park, and this is where the memory was, and that's what they wanted to do. And then once we realized that we could preserve enough of the park to satisfy kind of their annual picnic and their general desires, that's when I felt like we really were able to get to a win-win solution. Now, the funds from the sale of the 7.5 acres is going to go into the park fund. We have worked with citizen groups and through this process kind of learned a lot about the parks on the north side, and there is like the city is going to reinvest those funds to make improvements in some other parks, but exactly how that's going to happen is really at the city's discretion. But we've provided a lot of feedback to them in terms of what we recommend based on our discussions with the parks and the different groups that we've met.
And I do want to thank you, because one of the things that happens sometimes when you get such big companies that come in, right, and they want to develop and do work, is oftentimes they are not interested in being good community partners. I do see that you allowed the city of Flint the space needed to assemble the garbage cans and the garbage bins, and so that way it was out of the way of any neighborhoods, and we were able to have that space. So I do want to thank you for being a good partner there. I do want to thank you for also continuing the conversation with the residents and not coming back before us until you had an opportunity to really hear the residents, and the residents had an opportunity to maybe let some of those passions flatline a little bit, and so they could hear, you know, if this was something that they really wanted to do. And now that we do have their support, it's just a couple of things that can't be overstated. It was the fact that we're looking at a park that was decommissioned and voted on in 1984. I'm probably the only one who was not here in 1984, but so, and it's just one of those things where now there's an opportunity to develop the land, there's an opportunity to bring jobs to the community. I know that battery plant that is coming, that is a huge, huge deal for the city of Flint and what that investment means. Having the current tenant that you have in the building, that is a tax capture for the city of Flint, and so that's revenue for us. And so just moving forward, looking at all of the things that this has to offer the city as far as revenue, and then also looking at the fact that you are interested in being a good community partner, and it's not just you coming in. I do thank you as well for being honorable with putting agreements in place when there was not a community benefit agreement asked of you, and being amenable to different community benefit agreements. And so I'm happy to see this project move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Pfeiffer asked first. You're next.
Mark, how many square feet is this building?
The new one? Yes. 327,000.
So isn't that light, meaning what you overall sold us originally was roughly 1,000 square feet per employee?
No, I mean, the estimate that we used was generally between 1,500 to 2,000 square feet per job. And like, if you take our whole portfolio of 22 million and you divide it by about 20,000, you get like 10,000 jobs, and that's plus or minus about what we have. I will say that sometimes MEDC or others, take what we give them and then they like maybe even exaggerate it a little bit, but we've been pretty consistent around 2,000 jobs, somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 for the 3.5 million square feet.
So I'm looking at your, I'm going to say press release on your website, and you're saying you're building 3.5 million square feet, and you're going to create up to 3,000 jobs. That is one job for every 1,166 square feet. So when I say that if this is 325,000 square feet, that would be more than 150 jobs that this is promising. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I think it's about context, right? Like, when you look at the averages over the entire campus, some buildings are going to have a higher job density, some projects are going to have a lower job density.
But so far, with the half that you've leased of the building that's up, we're promised maybe 50. That's what you just showed on your presentation.
Yeah, but like there's so 50 to 60 local workers, yeah.
Yeah, so 50 on that one, and then 150 on that. So we're 2 buildings up, and we're up to 200 square feet, or I should say 200 jobs. So when are we going to come close to the 3,000 jobs that this community was promised?
Well, I think a lot of it's going to depend on the tenants, right? Like, it's market driven. Some tenants are going to have a higher job density and some are going to have lower. We don't really control that. It's driven by the market. I mean, we have been tried to be upfront and direct and honest about this the whole time. Those are estimates. They're estimates over the average of our portfolio. We feel that, like, as you build more and more, right, like, we feel that average is accurate. We think that there's probably going to be a heavier manufacturing component as we continue to build buildings on the main center of the campus, which should have a higher job density. But at the end of the day, those are just our estimates that we feel are representative of our portfolio.
So Nanograph is based out of Illinois, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So they have plants in Illinois?
Yeah, they have a smaller plant that's like 17,000 square feet. They have a second plant they're almost operational around, I believe it's around 60,000, and this they expect to be their next big investment and that's why they wanted the 320,000.
Because I'm trying to get more information on them before we give up a community park to know more about Nanograph, and the only thing I find is their website, and I try to go to, Illinois' corporation to see where they're based, who's the ownership, and their business license has been revoked, so I can't look at anything on that. So I just want to make sure before we sell our city park that it's a viable company that is coming in. So do we have financials from this company?
I mean, I don't have them with me, no. I mean, as far as like, we are still negotiating the lease with them to meet their needs. We will be doing a financial review as part of that, obviously, because we're extending credit to them if they're going to be occupying our building for 10 plus years. But ultimately, the state of Michigan has pledged $15 million, and the federal government has pledged $60 million. And we've done an initial credit check on them. Like, this is going back when we started talking to them maybe 9 months ago, and our CFO was satisfied with their general financial health. But obviously, as we get to a signed deal, like, we're going to scrutinize that a little bit more.
But if this falls through, because whatever doesn't check out, at that point, the city's already lost ownership of the park.
Well, if on the worst case scenario, if Nanograph were to falter and something happened and they didn't proceed, we would still proceed with building the building the same size with a similar construction as our first building. And given the fact that we've received a pretty good, strong response from the market, and we've already leased half of the first building, and we feel pretty comfortable, we're hoping to have a signed lease maybe even by the end of the year for the other half, we would be ready to build our next building anyways. And so we would build, if we had to, we'd build a spec building, but we really believe Nanograph is going to happen, and we think that it's with the federal government and state government backing, they're going to be financed sufficiently to proceed.
So, the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park, you're giving them $2,000 a year for 10 years?
We agreed, well, roughly that. We agreed to increase it for inflation as well, to help support their picnic, yes.
And that is are you paying that all up front, or that's going to be put into escrow or something like that?
Well, our intent was to give them like a donation agreement and then just honor that agreement over the next 10 years. I mean, if that's what we've been discussing so far, yeah.
And that's $2,000 adjusted plus or minus for inflation per year for the next 10 years.
Yes.
And did I hear correctly that you are helping them? Are you getting them set up with a 501c3?
Yeah, our company agreed to pay for an attorney to help set up the organization for them. Because right now, they did file, they worked with a local environmental justice person, and they've set up their corporation, but it doesn't have charitable status. There's IRS paperwork and things like that need to be filed, and we just told them that we would help them do that so that they could get everything structured appropriately, and then we were going to give them kind of a prepackaged set of bylaws and things like that they could use to stay in compliance with the IRS.
Hold on just a minute. Once again, please silence your phones per our council rules. Go ahead.
And then I would just make sure that that's not any kind of conflict. If you are paying for their 501c3, it seems to me like that might be a little bit of a conflict, and then you set it up, but then I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, it's tough, right? Because like they didn't really have the resources to set it up themselves, and so, I mean, I guess conflicts in the eye of the beholder. Like, we think it's the right thing to do to help them.
Yeah. All right, I'm done.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have 1 minute. Okay. All right. So thank you, Mark, and
thank you.
You're on the agenda pretty quick. So I don't know where you are. I have to have done it. Thank you very much. All right, I will now entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any separations? Okay, hold on. Let me grab my pen and put it in there. Okay, go ahead.
Let's go ahead and separate the 240480.
Okay. Oops, that's the time.
Also, let's separate 240404-T.
Okay.
The 240450-T.
Okay.
And also I think that's it for me.
All right, is there any others?
I did 240404.
240450, 240480, and that's it.
Yep.
She separated three, yeah. Yeah, yep. Any others? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
240405.1
Okay.
-T. All of these have suffix T.
Pardon?
All of these have the suffix
Right.
T. 240449. 240497. And then add-on number 2.
Okay. Okay, is that it for you?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, what is that one, Ms. Fricker? 2? Oh, what, add-on 2 was separated, you want add-on 1? Okay. Any others? Any others? Any others? Hearing none, the consent agenda consists of 240481, purchase of 2 John Deere backhoe loaders, 240482, a purchase of CCTV truck, 240484, MISHDA supportive accessibility modifications, 240496, purchasing filter changes for City Hall, 240498, purchase a self-propelled sweeper, 240499, a grant agreement with the Michigan State Police, funded by the Department of Justice, and 240501, retaining Lighthouse for excess general liability insurance coverage. Yes, ma'am.
I want to separate 240501.
Okay. So take away 240501 off of that consent agreement, and this is the vote.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no.
Did you get the first word?
Mr. Elamine?
Yes.
The vote was 8 yes, 0 no's. Consent agenda has been sent to council. Our first separation is 240404, reallocation of ARPA funds for the North Flint Food Co-op. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
Is there support?
Support.
This is the vote.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. For information, Mr. Jarrett, when you abstain, you must state a reason. So that motion fails. I'll entertain another motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we leave this in finance.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly second to remain in finance. This is the vote. Go ahead.
It's been here for 2 months.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That will remain in finance. Okay, the next motion separated is 240405.1, amended resolution, reallocation of ARPA funds for tree removal match funds program. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we move
240405.1-T to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 240405.1-T to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Who's over this? Is this,
Here they come.
all right. Okay.
Mr. Seamus and Miss Heather.
So you guys, I think the last time that this came before us, it was at 500, right? Am I mistaken? It was always 1,000, the match?
No, it did. Remember, we did.
Okay, yeah.
We had updated the resolution of the previous.
Yeah,
So,
so there was a resolution with 500, but it was incorrect, and we amended it, and the council approved this amendment to the original resolution throughout the original resolution, and this is the current version. Correct, you're all right.
Okay. Yes. And I think I had a question about the criteria. Can you tell me about the criteria? What is the HOPE program criteria?
The HOPE program is an initiative where residents will have an opportunity to apply for relief within their housing income tax, paying housing tax. So I think it's 150% of the poverty line. They'll be if they earn within 150% of the poverty line, they'll be eligible for this program.
Request for information.
Thanks,
What's your request?
Does the speaker know that it's 200% of the federal poverty level for the whole program?
Great, 200%, even better. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I always have a problem. We have a lot of residents that have been really calling about this program because they need the help. And I don't know. I don't think we need to set a criteria. I think all residents should be able to take part of this program. I mean, it costs a lot of money to, take down a tree in your yard. What is it? It's about $3,000 to $4,000, depending on the size of the tree.
If I may, the resolution speaks to two separate programs, one for those that are eligible for the HOPE program, but then others that are not eligible for the HOPE program can apply also as a match.
Okay.
Yeah, so it speaks to two, correct.
Okay. So those who can also apply, they will also be able to get the match of $1,000.
Correct. If you're eligible for the HOPE program, you do not require a match.
Okay.
If you're ineligible for the HOPE program, there's a match requirement as laid out in the resolution. Yes.
Okay, because I'm thinking about that whole area over there by Northern, where all of those old trees, I mean, really old trees and people's on people's property, and I mean, it's gonna cause some real damage one day. And I know it's a lot of people, they want these trees off of their property, but they don't have the money to pay for it. So, I mean, I think this is a good program. I really do. But I want to help all of the residents. We need to help all of the residents. It shouldn't be just because if you have low income, you're the only people that can be eligible for the program. We should make it, eligible for everyone to participate. And
which it is. You understood. It is now. You cleared
yeah,
it. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I thank you guys for that, because that was one of my issues. I think every resident, homeowner in the city should be able to take advantage of the program.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
So I want to try to still understand, because I think I asked last time, how are we going to identify which trees actually need to be addressed?
I'll pass it to the tree expert, the tree expert right here.
Yeah, so we already have an established program with our partnership with the Conservation District. We utilize their forester.
So have they already gone out?
That's not how the process will be. It'll be an application process.
So you have to apply,
You would
and then
apply.
someone will come out?
And then once they apply, there's more details to how that's going to work, but to answer your question specifically, once the application's been received, if they meet the criteria and they're eligible to be considered, we would then ask the forester to go out and look at the tree in question, and then they would look at what the needs of that tree is.
So what is the criteria at that point? It's not
For
just
the tree?
hope.
Okay, oh, no, the
Okay.
financing of how the person receives money, they don't actually get it in hand.
Right.
It filters through the city itself like our other programs
So what's
do.
that piece of criteria? I filled out the application, someone's gonna look at it and say yay or nay to have an arborist come out.
Well, the forester's done
Or
arborist as well. He's got
forester.
both criteria, so.
So what are we looking at when we say forester, go ahead and go?
This is about safety. This is about concerns of dead, dying, diseased on a private tree level, meaning it's on the back of my property or the front of my property, and I'm concerned for my safety, I'm concerned for my structure.
So if I write a good enough story about how do we know? That's what I'm saying.
Because we can go out and we can test that. There are techniques that are used by a professional arborist as well as a forester that identifies whether a tree has signs of disease, dying, or safety concerns. So, for example, if it's rotten, there's actually a hammer, it's a mallet. You can actually bonk on it and hear if it's hollow in the center.
I get that, but it sounds like there's
But that's
still,
the criteria. Is it dying?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I fill out an application today because I have a tree that I want to address. Sure. At that point, the office will get the application, and that's going to trigger somebody coming out?
Yeah, you're asking two different questions. So I'm answering your question about the criteria of the tree is what I was doing.
Okay, I'm
You're now
sorry.
asking about the application process, which is a different question.
Okay, so how do we determine who gets these funds?
Right, so like we said, there's two ways of doing this. You're eligible for the HOPE program, which means that you don't have to have a match. I'm going to get to your point. And then if you're not eligible for the HOPE program, then there's a match requirement. That's the internal criteria. Then there will be an application process. We will put out an RFP, and we do an our application process online that residents can apply. And saying they wrote a really crafty story like you just referred to about, I've got this tree that's leaning over my house, my insurance premiums are going up, and it sounds really good to us, right? We can say, okay, that application is accepted. Now, the next piece is we can find out if this is true. So if this is true and false, then it will go on to the next stage of actually the project being done. If it's untrue and it comes back as this was not a true story, then we can throw that application out and give it to somebody else.
From day one, this has been an application process on a first-come, first basis. The idea of the application process is that we were looking at, because we've been asked questions, right? We've been back here over and over again. Mm-hmm. We're trying to follow recommendations of all of you and trying to also talk to our residents to see what the needs are. The bottom line is we are looking at how we've done things in the past that have worked well, such as the 50-50 program application, and that's what Mr. Pfeiffer had brought up. So we will take a 4-week time. Okay, this is what we're proposing. This is not defined, but this is what we're looking at. A 4-week time to give a chance for the residents to hear the criteria, ask questions, look at maybe what the application might look like, prepare and get documentation, whatever it is that they need, right? So if they want to take a picture of the tree because they want to add that to their application, whatever.
So has that already been set up? Do you already have that in place or not yet?
Until this is approved, there's no reason for us to put 50 hours a man-hour on something that doesn't get approved.
Okay.
So in our ideas, in our conversations, this is where we're standing right now. It doesn't mean that might change a little bit, but that is the plan, because how can we get the information to the residents so they understand the process and the criteria?
So real quick, how much work on a tree can get done with $2,000?
How much work?
Can a tree come down for $2,000?
Yes.
can it come down for one?
Sorry.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
you can answer that question, please.
Okay. So this was brought up in the very beginning when we first brought this to council. And will $1,000 or up to $1,000, will it cover the expenses? We won't know. It will depend on the species of tree. It will depend on the age of the tree, the height of the tree, all the other things that we've discussed already. So hypothetically, if we look at an average, we would hope to do, say, 324 trees out of the 324,000. So we get trees that come through all the time. There's different programs that I manage. And, you know, I got a tree invoice today. It was $750 for removal and grinding the stump. I had another one that came in at $3,200. So we don't know, but the idea is over the course of time and the different candidates, we might be able to manage the higher cost in regards to the cost that's less on a smaller tree. So it's that first come, first basis, right? We're going to accept it. We'll also have staff available to assist residents to fill that out. I didn't get to finish everything that we wanted to share. The first thing is we talked about the 4 weeks, just to get information out, have conversations, have some tutorials, maybe meet with residents at a meeting, whatever that looks like. Then we're going to open it up for, say, approximately 2 weeks. In that open up process, that gives them the time to fill their application out, get their items together, and then they'll be able to bring them in and we'll notate when we receive them. So there's going to be time for everyone to gather. The same amount of time will be given to each person to allow them to bring that information to us.
So is this arborist or whatever we want to call them, are they going to charge us to go out and look at 500 trees?
Okay, so the idea of using the program we already have, we're already paying them to do ARPA services with us. They're already partnering with us. That's just part of that. So there's not an additional cost that would be taken away from that $324,000.
So how are they getting paid?
They get paid from we pay them already with ARPA because we're doing the sidewalk and tree services. This is still a continuation of ARPA funds going towards a tree service. They also cover all of Genesee County, so they can go on private property and they can individually work with a resident outside of our program. So if they have a problem with their private tree and they want to have an arborist or forester look at it, they themselves can actually call and have that person come in and not do it through our program. They can just get an assessment. So it's a partnership that we already have with this body, with the Conservation District and their professionals.
So they're going to go out and survey 500 for no additional cost?
Not with this program, no. They are going to be doing that as they're doing all the other programs. We're already paying them to do ARPA services for us for trees.
I don't remember.
So there's not additional fees.
I don't remember approving anything for the Genesee County Conservation District.
You
for
did.
dollars.
Yeah, we did. And we've already paid them. Yes. They have a different name. They have a DBA, which is the Genesee Conservation District.
Okay.
And then they have it's soil and something conservation. I can't remember what it's called. I might have so that was already part of them to work with us through 2026 to provide us a continuation of use of their forester as well as managing our inventory.
Okay. My next question is I can't remember. Somebody told me that we were going to provide a list of pre-vetted contractors.
So it's going to be just like how we do our other tree programs. We are going to do an RFP. We will ask for specific criteria to be met by that provider, and it'll filter through our offices. So if Mr. Smith contacts us, fills out an application, becomes eligible, we've determined that tree needs to be taken down, and then they are one of the candidates that we are able to choose and provide that service for, it'll still follow the same process. We will still have our contractors, and we might have multiple contractors. We won't know till the end, because we could potentially hire 10 different companies to come in and each of them do 2 trees each. So there's so many things we could do, but it'll be vetted the same way that we're doing it. We're already going to have them in place.
We're dispatching the contractor?
That's correct.
So the $1,000, say they don't qualify for HOPE and they got to come up with a match. They're giving us the $1,000 and then we're paying the contractor.
Correct.
So are we covered on liability for tree service or whatever else, because we don't have jurisdiction to cut them off? So How are we handling that?
The city isn't cutting down trees. The company that we
I know,
hire,
but we're hiring them, but we're responsible.
Right. It's the same way with them coming to the right of way and doing trees.
Thank you.
It's the same liability.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
To you, to the speakers, thank you guys for coming to speak on this again. I definitely think this is a great program, and there is a lot of dead trees, especially in the ward that I represent, the first ward. And when you start tearing houses and eliminating blight, we find a lot of dead trees in those areas as well. So thank you also for making it optional, so for those who can afford it and those who can't. My question is, if this is approved, how will you guys continue to sustain this? Because at the rate of a lot of trees and things that we have, it's gonna be years and years before we can like remove a nice little bit to have it as no longer as an environmental issue or anything to the residents or our wards.
Private trees are a little different. I had brought that up at one of the meetings that we had, that there's just not programs out there. I know the Conservation District did attempt to get some funding through an IRA grant that they received to provide services for private trees, and unfortunately they only got $5 million of the $33 million they asked for. So that was one of the things they had to cut. Fortunately, that's something we've all been talking about for a very long time, and this posed an opportunity to bring it to the community and potentially start somewhere, and that's basically what it is. In order to get funding at a later time or to try to find other ways to make something sustainable, Seamus will tell you that you have to show something works. So if we pass this and we have these opportunities open to the residents and we find that there are successes with this, that the residents are not only pleased with that option, but we're seeing an improvement, say maybe in a portion of your ward versus someone else's ward, then we can go back when an opportunity becomes available and say, okay, well, this worked for us. Look what we accomplished.
Right. That's how we need to operate. Sometimes to a newer project or a newer idea, or specifically the way that this is going to the private and to the residents, is that we need a starting point in order to receive that extra funding, that we want to leverage this funding to go after any other funding that we could get out. There's philanthropic organizations that we could potentially reach out to about sustaining this, because we recognize, and the administration recognize, this is a major need. Heather will tell you, they're getting calls regularly. I live just a couple of blocks away. It's the same in my area, so I know this is a major need. So we can see now, let's start, and let's build towards that sustainability for the rest of the city if we can, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Hey, Seamus. Hey, Heather. Hi. What about, so you're saying, is it a 4-week process to evaluate the trees?
No, so if this is approved, which hopefully it will be, there'll be a 4-week process of where we'll start to explain it to the residents, to reach out to the residents. We'll produce literature in different languages. We'll maybe host a webinar on the process of the application, just to make residents aware, and an FAQ opportunity for residents to come in and ask us questions so that they're ready to apply during the 2-week application window.
Okay, so you're saying if it's approved, then it's a 4 weeks you'll be ready to go?
It will we could put the program together, but when we're ready to launch internally, it will take 4 weeks for the residents to be in a position to get the information. We want to give them a window where they can ask all the questions that they need to ask to be ready to put a successful application in.
Okay, so here, I'm gonna make it real simple. If a resident, because most of these residents call because the trees are down already. You know, they're on the house, they're on the roof, a car, or a fence or something. So if a resident calls and needs a tree, and they're like, hey, this program I need to apply for, how long will it take you to take care of that resident if they apply for this?
So through the application process, we're looking at a 2-week period to bring that in. It's competitive. So not every application that comes in is going to be able to be successful in receiving the funding to have that service. So as they are reviewed and determined, it could be as soon as, because the RFP will be going out very soon, actually. So once that is out and we get some people hired, we can hold on to them with that pricing for 90 days. So we'll have that already placed.
Okay, talking about who are you hiring?
A tree service provider.
Tree service?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because your question was how long would it take? Well, the idea is to have the tree company in place so that when we went through the application process, we can start right away.
Okay, so when Councilman Pfeiffer was asking, we had, I don't remember because our agendas are long, that there was a company that we had already approved this funding. So they're going to be paid for out of, you're shaking your head, that's why I'm asking you for clarity.
Yeah, no, I think what you're thinking is probably like on tonight's agenda, there's another tree company that is an ARPA company. So there are two companies in place that are doing the sidewalk tree program that is ARPA funded.
No,
and
that's not what I was
That's not what you're
thinking
saying?
at all.
Okay.
Nope.
So
what I'm saying, when we talked about, his question was, where was this money coming from? You know, to pay for.
Okay, that's a different question.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
324,000, where that money's coming from.
So I want to be clear, just like you want to be clear, right? Mr. Pfeiffer's question was pertaining to the person going out to assess the tree.
Right, and who's going to pay
funding,
for it.
Right,
Right.
If that's what you're talking to right now.
That's what I'm speaking
correct.
to.
You can speak to that again.
Okay. Sorry. Sometimes I have to have an interpreter.
That's okay. That's okay.
So my point is that the money that we're already paying for administrative services, which includes the use of the forester, is already being paid to the Conservation District through the Sidewalk Tree ARPA program. And they will continue to provide tree services with this ARPA program under that same funding source. So we're not paying additional money.
Okay.
They're just going to continue to look at trees up from this program as well.
Okay. So and I hate that our time is because trees, I didn't realize how big of an issue trees were until you have a bunch of tree issues. So, which is a lot of them.
Right.
So, part of the program, I think, Seamus, you said that there's part of a program that if a senior who's on a fixed income, they can't afford it, they'll get up to $2,000. Is it $2,000?
No, so they'll be eligible for $1,000.
Oh, so they'll only get $1,000.
Up to $1,000.
And so they just won't have to pay that.
And they don't have to do the match piece. No,
they don't have to do the match piece.
Right, and similarly, those that are eligible for the match are eligible for up to $1,000 match. Correct.
Okay, and so and trees are expensive to get down.
They can be.
Yeah, and the big trees. They are, I mean, and I don't know anybody taking down a tree for $1,000 or even $2,000. Not the big trunk of trees. They're not.
But to Heather's
I
point,
think it
she
helps
did receive
them, but
one for
does it really help them?
But we did receive an invoice for one for $750 today.
Yeah, but I've seen a whole bunch of trees, and my dad had a bunch cut down. It was expensive.
Sure.
He spent over $10,000.
Right.
In his yard. So I'll have to wait till our second round.
I wish we had millions to give
right,
to it. I really do. I wish.
Yeah,
right.
and
I get it.
program, I wish it was helping those who really need it, who cannot afford to get the trees down. And that is not, if we're doing 1,000 with no match or 2,000, are we really helping them? My time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Okay. Seeing none, second round. Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, sort of following up on the HOPE participant who may not have funds to match, we're willing to provide up to $1,000. In that instance, is it tree removal or nothing? Or will we allow them to get up to $1,000 worth of service and it can be pruning or whatever?
So it's kind of like a twofold on that one. The idea is about an emergency or dead, dying disease, something that's going to potentially cause a concern for that resident, and they don't have the money to deal with it. So if you are a person who has a fixed income, it would be to at least get rid of that immediate danger. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. If it doesn't cover the whole cost of the complete removal and stump grinding and restoration care, then we're going to look at some other avenues to maybe potentially try to assist in completing that task. But the immediate need of this, or immediate focus of this, it's about the person who's concerned for safety, and it's concerned for structural damage, about whatever. It's to get rid of that immediate emergency. It gives them that opportunity to not worry about that tree for that one moment if they're a candidate that gets accepted. So the idea is to get rid of the immediate emergency. So if there's not enough money to take the tree down, like I said, there might be a portion of it that has to be left behind. I'm not talking about the canopy. I'm not talking about the limbs. I'm talking about there might be a stump or something. We don't know. We don't know. We're projecting. We don't know.
Okay, so this is the scenario. because I got this call 2 weeks ago, maybe. You know, Councilman Jarrett, I'm in a situation where I have a tree hanging over my house. It's my neighbor's tree. My insurance company says they're about to cancel me if I don't remedy this in the next few days. In that situation where it's not on that resident's property, what is our option with this program? Or is there one with this program?
So because this program is not established, you're looking at something that needs to be done in, say, a week or
no,
less.
I'm just
even.
saying a scenario where the tree's not in my yard, but my insurance company is about to cancel my policy.
Yes.
So how do
it's PSI.
It's somebody else's tree, you know, what happens there?
So that person can still apply for that concern because you have the right, anything that's on your property, and especially if it can potentially cause damage, you have the right to cut that back. So it doesn't mean that that person wouldn't be eligible to have that application filled out and say, I have this immediate need. And if they do meet the criteria that we're looking at, which that would be a structural damage concern, right? It may fall and hit my garage. So they would still be a candidate.
Okay. Good, thank you.
It's not gonna take the tree down, though.
Is there any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, to you, you said this is coming out of basically the contingency?
Neighborhood cleanup, yeah.
Neighborhood cleanup.
Yeah.
And I see, so we've approved $200,000 for Genesee Conservation District, and then another $200,000 for tree inspection. So is that the same thing? So we give them $400,000?
No.
Those are different.
It's the same.
Programs. It might be the same names, but they're different programs. One, the conservation district was the people who were assessing the trees.
What's the tree inspections? Because it's the same resolution number.
So I'm not sure what you're looking at about the 400,000, if I may.
Our
But,
budget, the budget that we have.
Yeah, the ARPA funding.
Budget. So, no, I'm talking to
okay, I'm sorry.
The chair. So it's the same resolution number. So that's what your report says. It says tree in 240285 is the resolution number. But and I'm for this. I just want to make sure that we are dotting our I's and crossing the T's. Because we have another $75,000 on a resolution for a change order for more tree service, but we're already over on that budget already that we got to do a $75,000 change order on. So,
So, just, okay, you're speaking to the chair. I'm sorry, or to the chair. I'm sorry. Okay.
So I show that we have 725,910 if this is accurate. So out of revenue replacement. So you're saying revenue replacement, you're saying, yeah. ARPA budget. I just want to know if I don't want to start over. I just want an answer to that. If you want to search in your Excel 240285 when it opens. 6. 240285.
Oh, I think it was split between the two. It was a resolution for 400,000.
So we gave him we gave Genesee County 400,000? Okay.
What's the date of that report?
9/25.
25, okay.
So then we have, so that account isn't in the negative? Okay. So if you did the math on that, we have 75,000 left? So that'll cover the change order and the other resolution. Okay. And then, don't let it happen again. Madam Chair, and then you still show 725 on revenue replacement, page 12, as remaining.
Yeah, we're moving things around to make sure that it's operating covered.
So, yeah, okay. I'll yield. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
for you to the speakers, I know you guys mentioned it would be like a competitive process. The applications, this would be like a competitive process. Are you guys going to prioritize like a certain amount of number of trees y'all do for each ward, since it's 9 wards, or do you have an idea how you guys may go about doing that?
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, we obviously we're open to that idea, but the premise of this was actually first come, first serve. That's how it was addressed, and that's how it was brought to this council, is that we're looking at first come, first serve, because we do find there might be something, you know, at the end of it where someone's saying, well, I want to be considered too, but then you had all these other people that returned their in, so we're not going to consider them because this person at the last minute wanted to participate. So that's why it came as competitive first come, first serve.
I mean, but
not everyone's going to be eligible, so.
Yeah, and like everyone may not be eligible or trying to find their way to how they can benefit. Is that something you guys can definitely consider, though, since it is 9 wards and we're limited on funds, and we want to try to spread it out so everybody can benefit. Now, every ward may not need it. Some people just pay for their own or however they want to do it, and there will always be extra funding because of that, and then that can potentially go into the program for someone else. But I think it'd be a better approach to try to prioritize, like maybe, for instance, 36 trees for each ward to equal out to the 324 or whatever that number may be, just as an example, I think would be more beneficial until we can secure more funding to kind of make this more sustainable.
We'll know more once the RFP comes back, or the proposals for the RFP. When those come back, we'll have a better idea of how many trees that the vendors that we choose can actually afford to do. That will help in some of those decisions. Right now, we are just trying to be as transparent as possible and leave it open to everyone to have the same opportunity to apply for that. We also wanted to make sure that, like, when we open them, they're not going to be opened as they come in. There's going to be criteria on the envelope that they're going to have to write, and then on one day we'll have a group, however we're still working that part out, opening them all at once. So people are all going to be given that same opportunity based on as they come in and then as they meet the criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Request for information.
Yes.
Madam Chair, through you to the speaker, Councilman El Alamin, with the program that I think you were, if I understand correctly, you were working with a group that was doing some type of tree maintenance.
Sir.
Is there opportunity to have them partner in some way with this, whether it is a externship or something where we might be able to leverage?
Absolutely. She Ms. Heather just mentioned the Conservation District is the group that we're working with, and I believe they're already in partnership trying to expand this out. So we run our apprenticeship program in partnership with them, the Conservation District, and they are one of the city partners with the tree removal. So yes, definitely, I think it could be strengthened with both companies and our company as well through that partnership.
May I make a comment to that, sir?
Sure.
That funded source is through the IRA grant. That $5 million we talked about a moment ago, that is funded through that is something that the Conservation District applied for, received, and brought that into the community. So be aware of that too, that's in-kind service for them to do that kind of additional work. So it's not part of ARPA funding or costs.
But is it something like can you guys partner with them?
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Let them finish, on my time, let them finish what they were saying, because I was listening. So what?
Thank you. The partnership exists right now. It's currently the one you're speaking to exists, right? It's one with the city that exists. However, the city's not using ARPA funds to fund that specific partnership, that specific work. However, because they already are helping us in ways that work can transition over to this program, the $324,000 won't be funding that. The $324,000 will be funding what we've been saying is the actual removal of the tree or the emergency situations where a tree needs cut back and everything. But yeah, the partnership, we're always about partnership, about existing partnerships and sustaining partnerships and growing partnerships. So yes.
I think that's a good idea, because then potentially, like you said, they got $5 million, and then with you guys showing that this can work, maybe partnering, as my colleague said, to leverage those dollars for additional dollars. I know they had went after like 30 million or 32 or something. Right. Maybe strengthening it with you guys, they can go after those type of dollars again. So exactly, yeah.
Okay, so what program is that again? I missed the name of it.
So,
what was it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking him? Or me?
Madam Chair, through you to the first ward councilman, what was the name of that program? The tree program that you are referring to.
Oh, that's the Conservation District.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 240405.1 to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
That's 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to the council. The next separation is 240449, reallocation of ARPA funds, mental health services support, involved dads. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to move that resolution to council.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 240449 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I do see. I just had a freeze. Thank you, Mr. Hart. Yes.
Please come up. You have to come through the chair, sir. Go ahead.
Through the chair, Mr. Hart. Thank you for being here this evening. Anything about your program you would like to share with us in addition to anything you may have shared before?
No. I just thank you for the opportunity, but I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. So in that, I want to do this the right way. Madam Chair, how do I go about a .1 or what have you to see what the temperature of the room is around increasing this from 36,000 to 50?
There is no more money, and this is the last of the money in that category. Just so you know, that's why the dollar amount is this. But you can make a motion to amend the resolution to increase the dollar amount, and then once that is that amendment is approved, it becomes a .1.
Okay, that's what I'd like to do.
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to amend this to a .1 to increase it to $50,000.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to amend to $50,000. And that was by 9 and 6. Okay, this is the vote to amend Resolution 240449 to $50,000 from $36,000.
Point of order.
What?
Is there no discussion?
No, I don't believe there's a discussion on amendments. Let me double check my rules. I always get confused on this. Seems like I always allow discussion and then we're not supposed to, so. No discussion.
What rule is that? I thought, like, what rule is it? It don't make no sense.
Otherwise, no contest.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, there is discussion.
That's what I thought.
There is discussion. It's under Rule 20.2. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night. Okay, is there any discussion?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
What rule was that again, just so I can make note? 20.2?
Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Was it 20.2?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
I must be in the wrong rules.
Want me to read it?
Yeah, yes, please. Because I don't have my physical copy.
Just a second, I got it.
Can you pause my time, please?
Yep, pause your time. There is no limit on the number of times of an underlying agenda item may be amended. At the chair's discretion or at the request of council member, the chair shall solicit proposed amendments to an underlying agenda item during debate on the main motion, followed by a vote on each proposed amendment after debate has been exhausted, and concluding with a vote of the finalized agenda item as amended.
I think I got the old rules. I pulled it up on the iPad.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the 24. Thank you.
So its default limit's 5-3.
Yeah, okay, thank you. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well.
Thank you for the conversation that we had when I asked, because I believe you put in, was it 244,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And my biggest concern was, would the 36 do anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And you clarified that anything would help, and that it would increase the funding, not the programming to with the involved desk. Can you share what you will use this, that now we're sending or changing up to 50,000 from 36, what it will do so everyone else, what type of programming?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, all of our fathers just receive various programs, various services from us. Due to COVID and working closer with the courts, it has come to our attention that there was an increase of intimate partner violence. We have then added different components of our program to add mental health services to the fathers. And with that, we have been doing that for the last few years with limited resources. And so when ARPA dollars came forth, we then wrote a grant to get support in that area so that way we can provide more services to the fathers that we serve and be able to expand those services. So when it was not awarded, we just kept doing it with the limited funds. So like I stated before, anything that you guys can do will allow us to not only continue the service, but reach more men that we already serve.
How many men are you reaching now?
Various programs. So in our impact program, we serve approximately 70 dads in that program. In our supervised visitation services, we serve about 45 families. Right now in our domestic violence program, we have 12 men enrolled in that. So it varies, but we reach over 100 men a year. But not only that, that comes with the mothers of the children, of those dads and their children.
So that was 127 currently that you're servicing, and each of these the men, you're dealing with the moms and then the children, which can be more than one.
Yes, ma'am. In the Family Matters Service and the Impact Program, that's where we touch all parties. In the supervised visitation portion and in the Impact Program, where we touch both parties, the mom, dad, and possibly the children.
And then what other funding do you get?
Ruth Mott, CS Mott, Community Foundation, and government grants through the state of Michigan, and we have contracts.
Okay, so what is your budget for a year?
And that's not my lane. That's my CEO lane. We are, I'm gonna say at least now we are about anywhere from 300 to 500,000 a year, I would say. But I don't have an accurate number. I can get that number to you guys.
Okay, I will allow my colleagues some space. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. What exactly will these dollars be used for? Do you have a certain earmark for them?
These would be specifically used for mental health services. That's what this would be used for. We have a model with our domestic violence, the intimate partner program, is that it's traditionally just a man would just come and they would leave. And so we created a model where if they come through ours, that they will have access to mental health services, individually and group services. So that's our model.
So this will go to salary of someone that provides his mental health services?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it will go to, it will go through, yes, I have a mental health therapist, a licensed mental health therapist, but it will go towards that and training as well.
What kind of training?
Domestic violence training. So anybody who work with these men have to be certified. We don't just allow individuals to work with them. We work with a certified agency out of Duluth, Minnesota, that is accredited, that the state of Michigan recognized, out of Duluth, Minnesota. So all of our practitioners have to go through their training.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if this amendment goes through to 50,000, looking at the community grants budget, and that's why I kind of asked what this was going to be used for, to see if there was another potential area that would best suit taking the additional $14,000 out of.
There are resolutions that are coming for some of this money that's in other categories too, just so you know.
In this program, is it for drug abuse or anything like that?
Well, no, it's not earmarked just for, but we do have guys that are in our programs that have substance abuse in their files. So we work with local treatment facilities where they refer their men to us. So some of those men do have those substance abuse challenges.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if maybe that you could fund that through opioid or something like that.
There's a group at my facility right now where local treatment facility have their men at our agency right now as we speak.
Yeah, without seeing the other resolutions for the other programs, I don't know which category we could take this out of.
We've been exhausting the categories so that we could
And
finish
we're
it
already
up.
over on home repair grants according to this budget.
Yep.
So I don't know. And so I was kind of asking it what training, because we have a youth job training category, but I don't know what's upcoming in that. I guess we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one way or another. Last question. Do you have any kind of white paper or whatever that shows the success of your program and basically any kind of, case studies that show the level of success after someone went through your program? Do you have that?
I have, we have one of our funders did one, the American Heart Association. They supported us for 2 years, and they did a form of a white paper. The rest of them has always been us reporting out the success of the program, the feedback from.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, I'm definitely in support of the program. I'm aware of the work you do, Sean, and I'm in support of it. I know you had mentioned that it was only $36,000 in that particular pot.
Right.
Have we identified where we'll get the additional 14 to make it up to 50?
That's a good question. It has to become, if you want to increase it, it has to come from somewhere that, and if you look at the community grants, they're pretty much getting exhausted.
All right, thank you.
Is that it? Okay, any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I will say that Involved Dads does some amazing work. I actually had a chance, might have been 2 weeks ago now because time flies, to attend one of your programs that you were doing and to see that it was a packed room full of people there who wanted the knowledge and the tools that you were offering. It was very encouraging to see how this organization really does help move the community forward. It is definitely much needed. One of the things that we do see disproportionately when we talk about guardianship, when we talk about parenting, is that sometimes dads are not often considered. And so your program is helping fathers be able to prepare themselves to be good parents and be the best parents. And also, you're giving mothers the tools to understand how to properly co-parent. And so this is building stronger children and a stronger community. So I'm definitely in support of the work that you're doing. And if there was $50,000 for us to give you, I would vote yes for this. I am going to vote no for the 50 right now, simply because there's no way to get it from. You do have my support for the 36. And if in a couple of weeks, somehow there is some money and we can give you that extra 14, I give you my word that you will have my vote for that extra 14 to come your way as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the councilman in the 9th Ward, I know you made the motion to increase it to the 50,000. Do you have an idea of where we can get the additional funds from to increase it to the 50,000?
We can look at the home care access. We can look at opioid, but again, it was just stated, we've done this and didn't identify it before. So if we want to do it, we can do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
If we want to do it, we can do it.
Yeah, okay. And I think we do have funds available in the opioids. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and vote to increase it to the 50,000 because we can't find the funds. And thank you, Sean, for coming. This is a very you do good work in the community.
Appreciate it.
I've had an opportunity to sit in one of his sessions, but it was a different type of session. But I mean, Sean is really, really good as far as speaking and getting you involved and engaged. And so I'm sure that the programs that you offer the dads in the community are excellent.
Thank you.
And it's needed. We need to strengthen our families, and what better way to do that than to work with the dads, because, you know, once you strengthen the dads, they are the head of the household. Everything else falls under that. So thank you for all that you do. And like I said, I'll be voting to increase this to 50,000, and we will find the funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. So, Mr. Hart, I'm so glad that you were able to join us and that you were persistent in continuing to come. You definitely deserve these funds, although it's not the amount that you initially requested. It is definitely some to help you keep doing the good work. I've read your book. It's amazing. I've seen your presentations. They're phenomenal. And I've also seen you as a key facilitator at major conferences. You're great. And so thank you again for helping the community in your special way. It's all about finding your niche and going forward, and that's what you have done. I am totally in full favor of giving you the remaining dollars that are from a category of mental health, because that's where you apply for the funds. Unfortunately, you were not selected from the community committee. However, we put together a plan because we thought that your work should be funded on some level. So we were able to exchange money so we can give you this money from this category. Now, what we can't do, we can't vote to increase ARPA dollars and say we're using them with opioid money. That's a totally different funding. And so I'm not against having you come back and see how we can help fund within the opioid parameters, how we can fund what you're doing with the people that may have suffered from addictions and stuff, how we can assist that with the opioid money. But as of right now, this is coming from the mental health category. And so all we have left in that bucket is $36,000. So I'm in favor for giving you that. Now, when it comes, if we, one of my colleagues could definitely work with you to see how we can support that specific category, because we have to be targeted as far as those dollars too. We just can't say, oh, we just take it out of opioids. We have to make sure that that they meet certain parameters for a certain percentage of those dollars. So we just want to make sure that everything is clean. So again, I highly support what you're doing. I support, excuse me, you're out of order. And so I want to make sure that we pretty much finish this category, and then we can move on to another category so we can fund you and the wonderful work that you're doing in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
No, nobody. Just a second. People who have not spoken is me.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett, did you want to speak in the first round? Okay. So I'm going to take my time. So I do. This was Quincy's last request, and I'm going to honor it. But this is the conversation we had. I want to give involved DAGs as much as we can. What's left in the category, he said. I said 36,000. Let's give them all of it. I said, fine. There's no other money there. They're saying, let's put it, and I agree with Dr. Lewis, we have to have a separate resolution. It's a different program than the mental health if we use opioid monies. So that comes with a different resolution. So if we want to give you the extra $14,000 or even more money that can come from that program to use for your drug abuse programs, I'm all for it, to honor Quincy. And I've heard that you do great work. I'm not familiar with your organization, but I'm not going to go above $36,000 for mental health services because that's all that's left in our plan and the budget. That's all there is. And there's nothing. They just want to increase it. You just can't do that. It's a different program, different funding sources, they're two different things, and we can't combine them. Bless you. So I'm going to vote to give you the 36, but I'm not going to vote to give you the 50 from ARPA. And I just wanted you to understand, I'm not against using opioid monies if that is allowable use, that you have a program that can use that money. Let's sit down and decide what we can do and bring forward a resolution for at least the 14, if not more.
Thank you. Request for information.
What's the request?
Madam Chair, when we went over with home repair and improvements of upwards of 600,000, what was the discussion around that?
That has been discussed internally, and that a resolution is coming to fix that. A resolution will be coming to fix the overage. We have to transfer it from another source.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
A request for information. What account are you transferring it from? Because is that an account that we can do the same if we're accommodating that?
There are, as we discussed previously, there has been discussions with administration. There is a potential, I don't know how much I can say. We're still working on a plan that will use some money, and I think it's going to be supported by the entire council and as well as the community. And until that's all worked out, I don't want to say anything, but we need every dime. So that's all I'm going to say right now. I'm not saying that it's being hidden. Until it's finalized, I don't want to put it in the atmosphere so that it can be discussed.
I have a second request.
Okay, go ahead.
So I know that any resolution can have two subjects in it, I believe. So is it possible for us to take and leave that in there just because he's stating that it had mental health services, not only basically for the family, that we could take that out? We can use 30% of opioid money. Can we take the 50,000 out of opioid?
I think we need to go through the legal department to make sure that that is a valid expense. And I don't know if our city I would actually ask that a separate resolution be written for that specifically so that it could be dealt with, because they're talking and I think Miss Emily Dorr would appreciate two different resolutions rather than combining an opioid and a
request for information.
She's going like this back there.
Request for information.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we understand the motion that was made that we're voting on.
Yeah, the motion is that we are talking about doing 50,000 from ARPA. That's the motion. Okay, that's my time. Second round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
What was, I'm sorry.
It's on you. Second round.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, to Emily Dorr.
Or Seamus, too.
Emily's got the answer. She's back there hand waving. Like she's signaling in the airplane. So,
What's up, Sean?
So can we do this? How would you say to do this? Because I know before when I asked you, you said we could take it, and the deputy, I don't see him, yep, he is back there. And he said it wouldn't be any problem taking it and moving it over, the deputy CFO. So how can we do this to make this work to get them to 50,000?
Good evening, council. So if you were did one resolution that you wanted to declare the 14,000 of opioid plus the 36 of ARPA, we will figure that out. I'm just saying that what I would say that with ARPA, it should be tied, ARPA funds should be tied to where the funds are coming from.
Right.
I'd say that because this body passed a budget on October 24th, 2022 that designated categories that has dictated 2 years of these discussions. That was before I got here, but that is what I know. So yes, categorical ties to what you want the money spent for ARPA, whereas if you were to say you wanted to add 14,000 of opioid funds to this resolution, we'll make it work. I will say that.
So we can vote on this tonight to go ahead and give.
I would ask the attorney, because that's the only thing I know is that oftentimes.
He looks like he doesn't want to.
Well, no.
I've been looking over at him.
I know that you're not supposed to mash up multiple subjects, but you could, this is one subject. You can mash up multiple funding, but I'm going to, I mean.
Do you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
to the city attorney?
Please answer if you have an answer. Otherwise, we can.
I think it's fine.
Turn your mic on.
So I would need that question in writing in time to research that of whether we can pull, if that's true, of whether funds can be pulled.
I can't hear.
People in the back.
Are you? Oh, there we go.
There you go. Plus,
There
you
we
got to
go.
get closer.
Okay. I would need that question in writing. I would need time to look into it to see if we can pull funds from different areas or whether this plan restricts it to the specific usage at issue.
I think 2 resolutions just solves the
Yeah,
whole
and
issue.
so when will we get that second resolution? How long can we,
I can have it ready on Monday.
Thank you. So that's all I'm saying. So then we up to 50,000.
I can have it ready tomorrow for Monday. So let's be clear.
So that way we're solving the issue with the extra 14,000 will come out of opioid. 36,000 will finish this category, and involved dads will have a total of 50,000. Okay, thank you. That's it, Sean. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Okay. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if anybody else wants a second round before I do this. Okay. So I would like to make a motion. He's got to withdraw his motion first.
We have to vote on it. We can vote on it, or you.
No, for what I'm about to do, he has to, because we haven't voted on this yet. So we have to just go to a vote in order for me to make the motion that I need to make.
Then let's vote it and turn it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't want to have any other discussion in this round?
No.
Okay. All right, any other discussion in this second round? This is the last call for discussion, second round. This is the vote to amend the resolution 240449 to $50,000. Use your
No.
mic.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That amendment fails. All right, we're back to the original motion. And the only person who has spoken is the council person from the 9th Ward. Is there any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this motion is to send it to council, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is before I make my motion. I want to be clear on why I'm making this motion. It seems what's going to happen now is that the 36 is going to come from this ARPA category, and then there's going to be another resolution of 14 that is going to come from a different category. And so We can do both of those Monday if we move this particular one to special affairs, and then we'll take that new one into special affairs with this one, and then both of those can be voted on Monday. So I would like to.
Send it to special affairs. We don't need to send it to special affairs. We can just approve this one, send it to council.
And then put the other one in special affairs? Well, then I'm fine with it. I'm ready to vote then. The other one will just go through special affairs on Monday. All right.
Okay. All right. So is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240449 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council on Monday.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The next item is 240450, approval of the lease extension for 4813 Clio Road. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we send that resolution to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 240450 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to, I think, Amanda.
Come on up, Amanda. I think this was your separation.
The second one, yeah. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Good. I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if you guys have gone over this. I want to know how many residents have used the customer service center
I have
since
my
you guys have
spreadsheet.
opened it.
And as of, this was October 26th, up to then, we had processed 5,357 receipts through there.
Okay. So.
And it was 964,000.
Is it pretty steady?
Yes.
Like.
Yes. Because right now it's more steady because when the property taxes were started in July, more people were using it. Then it slowed down when the taxes were done in March.
Okay. What are the hours?
Tuesday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
You said Tuesday through Friday from
10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So you kind of open late to
Yes.
hit to get the people who are getting off from work and they
Correct.
can
And then the
come
ones
through
that need it on the weekends,
and
yes.
Saturdays from what time to what time?
10 to 2.
10 to 2. Now, what impact has the police mini station had on the public safety in the area?
I can't
And
speak on that
that's
part.
right there on Clio Road. So when I think about the impact of the police mini station and that area, that's the area right there off of Pearson Road, Clover Lawn, and that whole area right there. Has the police mini station helped at all?
I can't speak on that portion of it.
Has there been any activity as far as the police mini station?
I mean, we've had other activities. I'm not sure if it was about police, but we've had different activities there.
Because the other thing with this customer service center, that was the whole idea, because we're using police forfeiture funds, right?
Yes.
And I want to know too, how much do we have in that account as far as the police forfeiture funds.
I don't have that information. I'm seeing if Phil-
Mr. Moore, do you have that? Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore?
Yep. Come on down, Mr.
Because
Moore.
that's that right there, I mean, I know it's a customer service center for people to pay their utility bills, but also we're using the funds from the police forfeiture account, right?
Yes.
So we gotta have some type of activity. Do the police officers come up and they sit there? Can residents come and talk to a police officer? That's the whole idea of using the funds for this customer service center, right?
Right, I mean, like I said, I don't have, that part is not in my
Okay.
area, but I don't know how much is in the forfeiture account either.
How much funds do we have in
It's
that
approximately,
account?
it's approximately 900,000.
Pardon me?
900,000.
900,000. Okay. I guess my other question too would be, 900,000, and each year we're saying that we're gonna need 116,000, right?
Yes.
Because we're paying 5,000 monthly for the lease and
utilities.
Right. My time is up. I guess I'll come back around.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, I think what my colleague was saying, she ran out of time. You also have 3 employees, correct?
Yes.
And how much does the salaries and benefits cost per year
It's
for each of the
wages.
3?
It's wages only. I did not, let me see, hold on a second.
And while you're looking, how much is utilities a year?
I don't, do you know that? I don't have anything to do with that part. I just man the
Do we know
station.
what the utilities are for that building a year?
Uh,
Because that's not included in the rent. I think that's what you said the last.
Yeah, that's separate. I don't know that off the top of my head. We can easily get that.
Could you?
Oh, actually, did you guys get this spreadsheet? I was told that you guys got the spreadsheet because the expenses were on there.
Could
for
you
the
read them off,
utilities.
please?
Yes, in January, it was $285.55. February was $180.21. March was $190.75. As in April, it was $190.75 as well.
Okay, you're reading expenses or?
Utilities. Utility
Utilities.
bills, yes.
So to heat that building and cool it is $195?
$190.75, yeah, in the month of April.
Are you sure about that?
Well, that's what I have on here because this is what they.
Yeah, I mean, that size of that building, the heat, that's not.
Well, that's probably water and gas and electricity.
Yeah, but if you heating a house that's 1,000 square feet, you like, 270. And that building is about what, 6,000 square feet, 45? How big is that building?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I don't know about them utilities. I don't think that's right. I don't. And so if we could get an actual utility, someone who created that spreadsheet.
Shelby did, Shelby Frazier.
Oh, my God.
The former CFO?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I just don't think those utilities are right. Consumers is, for that size building, not at all. So I'm gonna go back to the police part, because the forfeiture, and I'm really for that budget should stay in that budget. I don't think that we have enough police there. We don't, and our police are needed in other areas. I get that you're trying to offsetting that with the hours to make it more convenient for residents, but when we look at the cost of that building, what is it, $109,000 a year? We don't have a total cost and I think that's got to be an estimate that she gave. I don't think that's.
Those are the actual. If you look at the sheet, they have one column has the actual. Then for the ones that
I don't have the sheet.
We can get you a copy of this.
Okay. And so, if we could have an actual everything, that it is, total salaries, fringe benefits, because you stated, Amanda, that you hired, was it 3 people to work over there?
Yes.
So 3 people were hired, and if we have 3 people, generally, whatever it is, are they getting benefits?
No, it's just wages.
Okay, just wages. And how much are they getting a year, each employee?
I'd have to look it up.
You don't have that? If you could please get that for me, I would greatly appreciate it. I just think I don't think it's really being used as a police mini station, and we're using the police forfeiture fund. We don't, and when it first started, we were selling guns, we don't. And so where did the money come from in the forfeiture? Where did that money, was that from the impound or?
That comes mostly from drug enforcement with some cash that ends up
So
being
drug
seized.
money.
Yeah.
So we took that much, how much in drug money did we take last year?
Oh, that varies every year. I'm not sure.
And that's, yeah, if you could check Mr. Moore and see,
There are
because
big swings in that every year.
yeah, and hopefully that is, we are, that's just not a sustainable source of funding for that, drug money. Because that's gonna vary, it's not consistent. It's not. And I know when we started, we had like 550,000 that was in the gun selling, the selling of guns. Now the city melts the guns down to make sure they're not recirculated. If we could get like the total expenses, because it's really hard to make a decision on that without having that. If you could, that would be the salaries. I just can't believe consumers, that's an energy efficient building like that. You know, when that door opens up, you know, all the time, and when you open up, the heat goes out. So if you could get that, my time is up.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I've seen the spreadsheet that you're referencing, and
It must be in the email.
yeah, I think it is. I think it's email.
It is. I gotta find it.
I will not be supporting it tonight. It is not a fiscal responsibility to spend $250,000 to collect $1 million that we would collect anyways. We're literally giving up 25% of our money to collect $1 million. And to me, that doesn't make sound financial sense. I'd rather hire 2 more police officers with that money than pay for this building that is basically used for press conferences. So I will not be supporting it tonight, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted to state a few things on the record. I know that a lot of residents in the 2nd Ward, that they utilize that station. And I didn't want to get the proper name because that's not a police mini station exclusively. Could you please give us the correct name for it? Because I know it also says Payment Center.
Yeah, I think it says Police Neighborhood Payment Center on there.
Okay. Say it again.
I just know it says payment, it says police, I don't remember what it says exactly on the building, but it does say Payment Center, it does have reference to police on there, yes.
Okay, all right. So it's not exclusively a mini station like the mini station that is on Bishop and Martin Luther King, right, or the mini station that is located within the small mall. This
right.
It's more than just a police mini station per se.
Oh yeah, it's mainly it's the Payment Center.
Okay,
I mean,
thank
the public health navigators are also there. I mean, we've had other events for residents there for their benefit, for, I mean, different things. I mean, we also have had fun things over there as well.
Okay.
For the kids, so.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you for that. And what I'm hearing is that we're using the money from the police forfeiture fund, and those are funds that have been forfeited from quote-unquote bad actors and that are being recycled for something good.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was clear on that because the 2nd Ward appreciates this. I received a text from a 2nd Ward resident that said, "Good afternoon. I appreciate the Northside Service Center, convenience and location." And I know that that same sentiment is echoed throughout the North Side especially because it is convenient for seniors. They don't have to get out their car that can handle all of their business from the courtesy of their vehicle. For the disabled, they don't have to walk up the 50 feet like they do at City Hall 1. They can go to the extension and drive through, handle all of that business, correct? Okay. And so I just want to make sure that we're highlighting those things, and we're also highlighting what we have here. We have something that means something that's bad for the community, drugs, money, and et cetera. That's being recycled to something good, which is the payment center that we have that is serving as a convenience for our disabled and overall for our residents in the city of Flint, and is giving residents from the north side and the south side and the east side a reason to come over to the north side and to bring business to the north side, because I know it's located right there in the Hallwood Plaza. We have different businesses there. We have different businesses all around in that corridor. So this is an invitation for others to come to the north side. You know, I want to make sure that our priorities are steadfast. And when I say that is, you know, we're talking about serving the community. So I don't want to vote no or say anything no or say anything no related to something that's really helping the residents, but be in support of something that is not. And so I will always support things that will help edify and build the north side. And I want my colleagues to as well, because we utilize ARPA funding to, I'll just say funding overall, to do some things in the 8th Ward. We use funding for the rest of the body, and it's only fair for the north side, and that's represented by Councilman Elamine, myself, the 3rd Ward where the seat is vacant, and also it touches parts of the 5th and 6th Ward. We want to make sure that our residents have a convenience. So if they're speaking out saying we want this and we need this, there's no reason for the colleagues to go against what the residents are openly saying that they want and need. And also, like you just said, we're providing jobs to members in the community. So this is a win-win for everyone.
Right. And I would invite everyone of the council to come there and, you know, be in the building while we're waiting on customers and hear the customers is constantly saying how grateful they are for the opportunity to drive up and, you know, not have to walk into here, because it is a long walk for some people. So I would invite everyone to go out there and see, you know, how the customers react and how they like it. I mean, that's something that is, anytime I have to go out there, you know, to bring supplies or whatever, we always hear the customers so grateful.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
To you, to Amanda, you're absolutely right. Over in the 1st Ward, I have a lot of seniors and disabled who utilize that facility, and I think it is a great asset, being a multi-purpose community center with the various things that's going on that takes place there. So I definitely will be in support of it. Can you, you guys said you could provide the numbers. You had a sheet or something you was going to provide us?
Yeah, I was under the impression that everyone already had that.
It was sent. We have it in our email.
Okay.
You did.
Okay. Thank you.
For those who are interested, it was sent October 23rd, and it was sent to us from Davina, and it's called Clio Road 5-Year Projections. Okay. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to the speakers. How many FTE or staff persons do we have there now?
In my cost center, I have 3.
3. So there are other cost centers there?
Yes, there's a public health navigator that is there.
That's paid for by City of Flint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're city employees, but they're just not in my cost center. So.
Okay.
Yes, and then there's the police officers that's there.
Okay, so in looking at your sheet, help me understand in the bottom portion where it talks about FTE, what do those numbers represent?
Okay, yeah, that is says 4 full-time employees, and so that is their average bills, because my employees work they're part-time. They only work 29, 30 hours a week, so that's all they do. So the other person, I don't know if they're there If they work 40 hours and if they're there the 40 hours.
So who, if I understand correctly, you stated the previous CFO created this, or no? Was there somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, so since then, who updated this? Because this shows actual revenue from September of 24.
She prepared this actual report.
Yes.
Who?
Shelby.
Okay.
Shelby is working as a consultant currently.
Oh. So we have a consultant? Doing what job?
She's assigned mostly to the mayor's office. She's been working on special projects for the most part. She has helped the finance department with a few special projects as well.
I don't know if I want nobody from the 9th Ward doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but all right. These numbers are. I'm feeling like the councilman in the 8th Ward. How much more revenue? How much is revenue up as a result? Now I show what we've collected. If we've collected, $845,000 at this site, how much of that wouldn't have been collected had we not had this site?
I've only seen an uptick in property tax collections. The water has been relatively the same.
A uptick?
Yes.
Can you try to quantify that for me?
I would say it'd be about 5-10% more.
5 or 10% more
Yes.
collected revenue.
Yeah, in property taxes, yes.
In property taxes. Okay, and what are some of the other allowable expenditures for this forfeiture fund?
Mostly, it'd be police-related activities, drug investigations, things to buying equipment for the police department. Mostly anything related to the police department is a allowable expense.
Okay.
There's staffing.
So we have a little discretion as to how to use those funds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 116,000 per year. All right. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? I will take my time because I think I'm about the only one left. I have been to the facility, and it's a nice facility, and there is set up. People can go in and get their water filters there. They have Narcan there, and it's all available free of charge to our residents. And I have heard people talk about how nice it is not to have to come up to town. It's a service we're providing to the community, and we are a service-based industry. So city government is here to serve the people. So a convenience to allow them to come, not have to come all the way up to City Hall. Because I know myself, I would rather go over there if I lived closer to it. I mean, I live on the opposite side of town, and pay my bill there rather than coming here, parking, getting out of my car, going inside, waiting in line. It's just convenience for the residents, and so I fully support this. Thank you. This second round, please.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, looking at your sheet, it's 200,000 in basically staffing and utility plus 116. So we're looking at roughly 320 a year in expenses. Am I reading this correct?
I think so, yeah. So make it look.
So we're spending $320,000 for a uptick that we would collect potentially anyways. I guess we're spending basically 33%, 320 to collect 926 in the first year. So we're a third of our take home is going to expenses. I don't see how that makes financial sense when we don't have enough police officers. Calls go unanswered, and we're using the police fund to $320,000 of expenses. I get the convenience, but this city has been, 100 years, and we've collected monies here, and people can pay online, and we're going to spend $320,000 for a brick and mortar when we have other services that are in dire need of financial help. So I'm still a no. I'm a hard no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
My point exactly. My point exactly. I voted no for this the first time, and I'm going to continue to vote no because it doesn't make, financially, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. People have been coming down here, paying their water bills, their property taxes, whatever they need to pay. I would say maybe we need to take some funds and update our online services, you know, so that you can make it more customer friendly, so that people can pay their water bill and property taxes online. I mean, we do have that service, but it needs to be updated. Yeah, I can't vote for this. I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just a few things that I want to clear up. You know, the police have monies budgeted for officers, and it doesn't come out of this specific fund. So through you, Madam Chair, to the CFO, do we have, is this budget that we have here, is this where we get more police officers? Is this where we recruit officers and budget and fund more officers and train more officers from this fund right here?
We haven't, but we could.
Okay. Okay, fine. But however, is there a budget set aside for the training and the hiring of officers?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we needed this, we could. But as of right now, we're not utilizing the current budget that we have to train officers and to recruit officers. Okay, so I want to make a clear distinction right there. We don't need the police forfeiture funds to hire and recruit and retain officers because we already have a separate pot of monies for that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make sure that we're not mixing the two. And secondly, you know, we were just talking about how people can't read, how the councilman in the 5th Ward, how she helps out with literacy and so forth. A lot of people, they're not tech savvy. You know, and this town here is filled with baby boomers. And a lot of them, they're not on the internet. They don't do that. A lot of them still pay with checks. And so this is a convenience for our aging population that do not trust going online. Hence, we just had a big breach. So more people are feeling at ease driving up and paying in person, whether it's with cash or a check. And so do we still have people coming up paying with checks? All right, in cash. Okay, thank you. So this is more than just a convenience. This is a way of life of residents on the north side. We have people that still hold their money at home. We still have people that pay with cashier checks and money order whenever they pay their bills. We live a little differently on the north side, and we just would like to make sure that we have.
Excuse me. Let's stop. This has been going on quite a bit. Let's go ahead and please keep the shouting out or speaking out loud to a minimum. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the point is, people on the north side, they appreciate not only the convenience, but the security of being able to go to these places and pay. So police, they're already taken care of. If we want to see the hiring of officers coming from that budget, talk to Chief Green. But this forfeiture funds, it is going towards not only the convenience, but for the security, and also to eradicate blight. See, we experience blight on the north side. Unfortunately, a lot of our colleagues, they don't really have to deal with this, but on the north side, us occupying this building is one less blighted structure on the north side of Flint, and we deserve to have that remediated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Is it possible for us to have one of our, I hear a lot of yelling out in that back corner, and it's continuous, so we can just have one of our officers over here so we can identify who's yelling out, so we can make sure that we're having an orderly meeting?
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So what's not in the budget is a gang task force. Am I correct, Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what's needed on the north side is a gang task force. There was a homicide that a child was killed in her bedroom or sleeping on the couch right across from this nice meeting place while she was sleeping. So what I would like to see, because it's police funds, to have this police fund actually be used for something the police need, a gang task force. That's what we need. And I hate to see when we try to compare what the north side needs and what the south side has, and it turns into a racial issue. This isn't racial, these are numbers. Has nothing to do with race. This is, does it make sense when you look at the numbers? The numbers don't make sense. Now, it's a nice meeting place and maybe some conveniences. Flint was established in 1855, and they've been coming here, or wherever City Hall was. And so
Request
I think
for
that,
information.
What's your request?
Madam Chair, through you to the speaker. And when was this thing opened up?
year ago, year and a half ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, a little over a year. So my point is, as much as we see, and we've had, I believe, 11 children plus that have been shot in Flint this year. Yes. And 7 of them, I believe, have died from the injuries. We need to be working how to use this for the police, to sustain, I believe it should be used for a gang task force that we don't have. Let's talk about saving some lives. That is what our focus. That should be our focus. And we got $900,000 to do this with?
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does the speaker also know that since that's also a mini station, so having a mini station there?
We had a whole mini station there that a child got shot right across the street, okay? We don't have enough police. We don't have, and it was with a gang. Those students all went to the same school, and they keep retaliating. So our focus should be on not a nice meeting place, but let's have a nice meeting place that when these kids grow up, that they can become productive members in this society to help contribute to the city of Flint. These kids are getting shot at an alarming rate. I don't like commingling those funds like that. I'm not supporting this, absolutely not going to. And not out of police funds. Not when these children keep getting shot. We just had one last week shot. We just had a 17-year-old shot. And we got to do something other than having pretty parties and talking about, it's not a race issue. So I won't be supporting this. It doesn't make sense. And I've listened to my colleagues, and not just that, before, we voted this down, and I'm still a no.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I want us to understand that two things can be true at once, right? Obviously, there is a huge just gun issue altogether, especially when young people are able to get their hands on guns. But what I don't want us to do is minimize the mini service station and the need for it. There are residents who actually come from all over Flint who use the drive-through station because it's convenient, because of the fact that taking that long walk, especially in the wintertime, we've had seniors who've slipped and fallen before. And so to have them have something convenient where they can pull up and pay without having to get out of their vehicles, I think that we have to keep in mind, we say we care about seniors, let's continue in that vein when we talk about how they have access to paying for services. Technology is a great idea, right? But let's, again, be mindful of the fact that there is, like one of my colleagues said, there is a hard time with adjusting to have older residents who are going to be technologically savvy. There's also broadband and access issues there as well, so we can't just assume everyone has access to the internet. I do agree that if there is a way to pay online, we do make that easy and more reasonable, but what we don't want to do is disenfranchise seniors. We don't want to disenfranchise those who may need some extra help and are not necessarily technologically savvy, but they still want to pay their bills. This has been a convenience, yes, for those on that north end because they needed it, because downtown is not just, as accessible as it is if you live over here. And so we want to make sure that all residents feel included, all residents feel as though they have access to services they need. We know that historically on the north end, in order to pay their bills, they would go to a store and they have to pay a fee attached with that. Now what we're doing is helping them keep more money in their pockets by them not having an extra fee attached to already paying a bill. I don't agree with the notion that someone should have to pay someone else in order to pay a bill. Let them pay the bill and that just be that. And so I know that there has been an increase in those who have paid their bills. I also believe that there is an incentive, right, for people to pay their bills on time and them not incur any extra service fees from having to wait until the last minute to come down here, because it's a lot. The parking and doing all of that extra stuff. There are people who will still take those extra steps to park and then walk all the way up here, but then there are people who do not want to do that. I know that we have seen an increase in numbers. I understand you don't have those numbers before us. I believe at one point they were given to us. And so what I want to make sure that we're doing is we're not politicizing a service center, that we're making sure that those who benefit from the access to it have the access to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, so I'll take a few minutes. So, I would love to have more police officers, but in order to have more police officers, you have to have people apply. And we have a shortage of people applying for police officers. It's not just here in the city, it's all over the county, and it's all over the country. There is money in our police budget to cover additional officers. We just don't have the bodies. We don't have qualified people applying. I sat down with the chief to go over his budget year and a half ago. He had 28 people apply. 20 failed the mental health exam. So the rest of them, I think there was 5 who graduated the academy at that time out of that group. So it's not that we don't have the money. It's we don't have the applicants to come and work. We have given the police everything they've wanted. Everything. We've not turned them down for a single thing. Not a raise, not equipment, nothing. So I want to clear that up, that this forfeiture fund, we don't need it to pay salaries because we have an excess of salaries. salaried budget, excuse me. So I just want to make that clear. So seeing how I'm the last one to speak, this is the vote to send 240450 to council.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. El-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
That is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. The next resolution is 240480, the sale of decommissioned city-owned land, Flint Commerce Center 2 LLC. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
what is the resolution number again?
240480.
480, thank you.
It's the Oak Park.
So, Madam Chair, I would like to move this to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded. To send 240480 to council. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Quimby.
Come along up. And he says, finally.
Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Mark, thank you for coming out, and thank you for doing your presentation and putting everything on the floor so that the public can know what's going on. We did meet, Mark and I met, and everybody knows me. I don't meet, because whatever you want to say to me, you can say in the council chambers, because I believe in being transparent and open. I didn't even allow Mark to buy my lunch. It was like, no, no, no. But I do want to say that one of the things that I ran on was to help bring economic development to this city. We need jobs here.
Thank you.
We need jobs. And I know that Oak Park is historic and there's some sentimental things with Oak Park and some of our residents. And I thank Ashley Capital for working with the brothers and sisters of Oak Park, okay? And we had a long discussion, Mark and I did, and we talked about Ashley Capital, and we talked about how you guys were kind of, you know, looked at as far as everybody here in the city, as far as what happened with the lawnmower and the donations. And really, that was not on Ashley Capital, because as a council member, you're supposed to let the residents know that, hey, I got this donation, I got this lawnmower, and you, as a council member, you're supposed to recuse yourself from the vote, right? Because it's a conflict of interest. And I think, I know that I voted to abstain my vote based on that, as well as some other things. When you guys came before us for the 72 million and everything. But you know, I can compromise. And the thing about it is, we need jobs here. All levels of jobs. We have college graduates that would like to move back to Flint. We need all levels of jobs.
So I'm willing to work with Ashley Capital with this project and this initiative. And I know that the Commerce Center, you're going to bring other companies, manufacturing companies, and what have you to the Commerce Center. And it's going to bring more jobs. So I am going to vote for this, but I just want to make sure that the jobs that's coming, they are for the residents here in the city of Flint. And we talked about we got to get them ready. Now, with nanograph, do you know what level the jobs are on as far as those jobs that are coming? And my time is getting ready to run out, so I'll have a round 2. So think about that and be able to answer that for me.
Sure.
Thank you, Mark.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone in the second round?
Nobody in the first?
All
Madam
right, so
Chair.
go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I'm with my colleague here, and we, full transparency, when I did meet with you, and it was a good meeting, and I appreciate that meeting. And what my concern was when the brothers and sisters came here, was that they were told that park was gone. And so there was compromise, as my colleague stated, and even some things that were added. My problem was not the economic development has to move on. And I think that, like I said, it's how things are not transparent. We've had colleagues who have still not reported on their campaign finance reports the things that you had donated. They have not. That's not your fault. It's not. I just like for council your project stands alone by itself for me. The development, the creation of jobs, and the creation of jobs when we first talked, I believe it was 3,000, and how its figure was when you first came and you spoke at council, was by the square footage, which it's like on the spectrum. At best, we have these many, but we're somewhere in between here and here, because each company is going to have a different need in regard to, or a different type of business that may not require, that same amount, of employees, or if they're working in a shift, it may just be a 8 to 5, or it could be a first, second, third, depending on what it is that if it's a production of some type. So with this project, I am supporting it. Our community benefits agreement, it has to be followed. This is basically with the brothers and sisters. It's a community, they still get to have their organization. And I've listened to some of my colleagues and some of their issues in regards to making sure there are no conflicts of interest. But we're really at the point now that you have the property, it's kind of like the Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. And so I am supporting this. I look forward to the day when all council members are invited to the ribbon cutting. All council members, because it takes, like you said it best, you wish it was all 9, but we have 8 now, but that each council member would approve it. I don't like the fact that this project was put on someone's Facebook and asked. I didn't like that. I didn't like it. And I went on to support my colleague because that's what we should do. I didn't like the fact that the things with the racial, it has to stop. It has to stop, especially when they said we need to argue ideas. Well, too much race gets into this up here, and it has nothing to do with that part, to basically browbeat someone over because your project is good. So it was, I think, up to 10 to 12 years for the next. This will be building 2 of 10, and you're going to be here a very long time. And so now that, and we need to work on, maybe it has to be an ordinance. Council members cannot, unless, some type of penalty if they don't report it. which they still haven't reported it. They still haven't. And so I think our conversation was good. And like my colleague said, Tanya Burns didn't take no donations, nothing. And when it was time to have a drink, I bought my own coffee and my own coffee. And the conversation was good to get a grasp. And your project, when we have businesses come into the city, we need to keep our hands off of it and let your project speak for itself. And then have a community meeting where you can state, well, what if I'm gonna do a community benefit agreement? Hear from all of us collectively, what does a community benefit agreement look like, feel like? What does the resident, because residents should have some input. We do have different needs from one ward to another. What collectively can the city benefit from as a whole? Like Lear put a playground and cornchuck or whatever it is, cornhole, and people are there all the time. They redid all of the things down and didn't add a playground. So Oak Park, to me, will be similar to that. And for me, it has sentimental value. I just wish how it was coming. You got 8 more, your next 8 buildings. I hope the process will be different. I think we've auto-corrected these issues, but I welcome the business from Ash to Capital and from Nanograph as we work towards clean energy, efficient energy. And you got, was it a $45 million grant?
They have a $60 million grant from the federal government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Oh, second round. I'm so glad I found that out. You want the time, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, when did we jump to the first round? Because Ms. Burns just had 5 minutes.
I'll tell you with that point of order. So when you were away, I called for first round. No one said anything. I said second round, and we proceeded.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, but she got 5 minutes?
I did.
Oh, well. Let's just go ahead and call it as first round still then. I know you called it, but let's go ahead and just do this first round because people didn't catch it or something.
Oh, no, they caught it. So we just need to proceed. We're on the second round, Madam Chair.
I'm the chair. I'll go ahead and say this is going to be a 5-minute round. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's where I'm at with Mark. I'm torn, and I don't care about the bad actors in the administration that want to attack me. I don't care. I could care less about that. This has been there for 100 years. It made it through Buick City, and it still stayed intact as a park. Like Buick City had 30,000 employees or something crazy, and it was still able to maintain the park. And we get a fly-by-night company. They're basically a startup, and we're giving away a park. And we don't even know if they're going to be successful. We have no idea of what this company's financials are, if they're viable, who their customers are. We don't know any of that stuff. And we're going to give away, because, I mean, I don't even know, how did we come up with the sale dollar?
The assessor provided a value based on comparable land.
I just have a hard time with the history of the park, and basically somebody comes by and wants a bigger chunk, and we automatically do it, given the history of that park. It's a struggle. It's a struggle because, you know, with the election and the EV mandate going to go away, is this going to be a viable company in a year? Are they going to move forward even with this process, with the EV mandate going away and Trump getting elected? And just for the record, I'm an EV guy. I got 3 cars that are all electric. So I get it. But what are we doing to make sure that, and I understand you're going to build it and whoever does it, but we don't get that park back. And the people won't get that park back, and those memories are going to be now in a small pavilion in a small corner of that. Like, that's my struggle, is because, like, if it was, maybe if it was, you know, maybe if Lear wanted to build another building over there, and they've actually got roots in the community, they're established, all of that, maybe it wouldn't be that big of a struggle. And not one person has ever heard of nanograph. And the fact that their business license has been revoked in Illinois, but now they're going to be our savior, and they're going to build this plant and give us 150 jobs. Like, I'm not an unreasonable person. Like, I just like looking at the details. No matter how much somebody in the administration wants to attack me, I still look at the damn details. So I just want to make sure and put me at ease that this is a viable project, and that's not going to be an abandoned building in a year that we gave up a part for.
Those are good questions, right? There's a couple things. First off, you know, I can't speak to the business license thing. I'd have to ask Nanograph about that, and I can speak on that on Monday, hopefully when we can get moved to council. As far as their, you know, the Trump election and what that does to the EV, you know, market, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I know that there is going to be some issues where you're probably going to see some decreased demand, right? Especially around electric vehicles because of that. Nanograph isn't making batteries for electric vehicles, though. They're making components that go into batteries, and which is why they have contracts with DOD and other places, because, you know, batteries are still used all over the place. It's not just in vehicles. But I can't really speculate to that. I can ask them and try to bring more information on Monday, but off the, you know, cuff, I can't speculate, you know, what their client base is.
They're a privately held company, correct?
Yeah, they're a privately held company, and this is a thing that you know we've looked at a lot as tenants in our buildings. Like, we have a startup in one of our buildings, Our Next Energy in Van Buren Township. Most of the companies in the EV space are startups. I mean, that's what's happening. I mean, GM, Ford, the big three, they're using, you know, obviously they're spending a lot of dollars, but a lot of the components and stuff are coming from startup companies, and we look at all of the credit.
Yeah. Was that that was 5 minutes, right? Okay, that was your time. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
All right, so my question to you is the building that's being built that Nanograph is going to occupy. So if they're not in it, is the building still usable? So if they don't occupy it, say if they come, if they fold, is this building unoccupiable by anyone else?
No. We're, you know, like, we build speculative buildings. So, for instance, a good example would be Building 1, right? Victory Packaging is in the first half of that building. We build our buildings flexible. We call them, like, it's basically like a giant box, and then it's like Lego pieces that go inside. We regularly, you know, we've been in business in Michigan for 30 years. So, like, the original tenant in our first building is not there anymore. They come, they go, we retrofit the space, and we continuously release it to other people. So, no, I mean, if Nanograph, one, if they don't come, we're confident that there's enough demand in the market that we're going to have we're going to have the first building full by the time this other building's ready anyways. Secondly, even if Nanograph, say they do a 10-year deal and they go away, you know, we're still going to hold that asset, right? We're still going to have a mortgage on that building. We take all of the appropriate steps to make sure that that building can be retrofitted and repurposed for any other tenant, because that's what our business is to continuously cycle through. You know, we love long-term deals. I'd love to have 15-year, 10-year deals. 10-year deals are great in the market. Some deals we get are 5-year deals. And when we get those, you know, sometimes that person stays, sometimes they go. I feel fairly bullish on Nanograph because they're going to be investing so much money into the infrastructure of the building and the idea that they're making components, so it's going to be flexible because it can go into all kinds of different types of batteries.
Okay. So, hearing that the building will be outfitted for anyone that you, the real estate investor, choose to occupy when the building. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. So my next question is, do you have businesses that have inquired about filling up the buildings that you all have built and going to build? Do you have interested tenants?
Yeah, we believe we have 2 tenants that we've been trading like proposals. So, it starts with a little bit of questions and answers. Eventually you get to written proposals back and forth. We're trading written proposals with 2 different potential companies for the other half of the building, the first building.
So what I just heard you say, I want to be clear, it's a little muffled on this side. So you have continuous tenants that are inquiring about your property here in the city of Flint. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. I mean, if we built like 10 buildings all at once, no, we couldn't fill that. But that's why we're doing it in a stepwise fashion dictated by the market.
Okay, so I just wanted to point those things out because it's not just about Nanograph. It's about developing this land so we can have interested tenants, in which you have said on the record that we have interested tenants willing to bring their business to the city of Flint. Yes. And anyone can occupy any of these buildings that will be specifically fitted for their needs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So whatever way we look at this is a win-win for the community. It is a win-win for Ashley Capital, and we can't lose. I heard my colleague in the 6th Ward talk about racializing this, but our colleague in the 8th Ward said, as a white council person, I'm not selling an African-American park. That's 100% racialized. And so, when we vote against a mini station that accommodates the elderly and disabled on the north side, which are black residents, we look at where there's such a disconnect in the selling of a park when the brothers and sisters of the park came and said that they're totally on board. I'm on board for anything with the progression of the city of Flint throughout the entire city, north side, east, west, north, all of that. I am totally for it. And so we need for...
What is your request?
When did I say I was not selling the black part?
You said it, yeah, you said it last minute. You said as a white council person, I'm not interested in selling an African-American park. We have you on film, Mr. Pfeiffer. So, and I can definitely get it next meeting. That's fine. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to make a statement about race, we got to make sure that it's consistent. If we're not going to sell an African American park,
can she stop speaking to, or does she know she's point of order? She needs to stop speaking to motives of other council members. As council rule number 43.21. Please don't mess this deal up because you're upsetting people.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And so we want to make sure that we are looking out for the entire community as a whole. And this right here would be a big step up for the residents on the north side. And from what you said, we can't lose. Regardless of who's in that building, we will win. So thank you so much, and we're looking forward to passing this and moving forward. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Oh, and let me just say this again. I heard my colleague say something about messing it up. This is not personal. What I say shouldn't mess up anything. Either it's good or it's not. Let's move on and do something good for the residents. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You've already spoken in the first round.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no one else, I'll take a few minutes. So I looked up Nanograph on Illinois corporation search, and it's a foreign corporation incorporated in Delaware, which is not unusual because many corporations do that, Delaware. And I think General Motors was incorporated in Delaware. So, what's your request?
They're based in Illinois. It does say revoked, correct?
It does say revoked, but it also says it's a foreign corporation in Delaware. It could be revoked just because it's a perpetual. I don't know the reason. I'm not going to say it. I'm just saying that they are incorporated in Delaware.
In Illinois, she have to because I have licenses there.
I don't know. I'm just saying that it is that. Just wanted to make that clear. So, but I know that you are not going to build a building for somebody else to stay in. If you can't, if something happens and that deal doesn't go through, you have that building and you will rent it. Because you're not going to sit on it. If it means you're not going to do the second phase, that you're clearing the property up and building right away, you might delay that for a year. will do that because that makes good business sense. If you build a building and something doesn't happen and the proposed tenant isn't able to occupy that building, you're not going to sit on that building being vacant. You're going to rent it. That's your job. That's how you make money. So I'm in favor of this plan.
Thank you.
Second round. Go ahead. Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, thank you for being here. And thank you for what you're doing. I wanted to find out, we talked about making sure that the residents in the city of Flint have those jobs and are eligible to get those jobs. And you did mention that you have a partnership with, is it Michigan Works? And
Well, so in our leases, we have language that tries to get our tenants to have local job fairs to encourage hiring locally. And what I was referring to in that instance was Victory Packaging fulfilled that requirement and had a job fair at the Michigan Works. We also have worked with the U.S. Job Corps, which is like off across North Street, with some pre-apprenticeship programs to try to give some, at-risk youth some opportunities for training and work experience.
Okay, yeah, and we talked about that. We talked about, residents needing to have high school diplomas and or GEDs, and just being employable. I wanted to find out, and I have a minute left, how you guys have a commerce center in Canton. How is that going? How many companies do you have occupying the commerce center there?
In which one?
In Canton.
In Canton. Well, so we in Van Buren Township, we have our Crossroads development, which it right now is.
Is it in Canton?
No, we do own.
Or Livonia.
So our
Livonia.
So our office is based in Canton, and so where I sit, when I'm just like sitting in my office, I'm in Canton, Michigan, and that's where our Michigan operation is based out of. We own some land in Canton, but we don't have any other buildings.
The Livonia building.
Yeah. So Livonia, we have several. So Livonia, I think you're probably referring to what we call Livonia Commerce Center 2, which was the eraser site that was smaller in scale to Buick City, where we did a very similar project. We tore up all the slabs, crushed all the concrete, did the necessary cleanup. I mean, there's a lot of similarities and some differences, but that building is full. It has 3 tenants. Penske's in there. Penske's in there for one contract, then a different division of Penske is in it for a Starbucks contract, where they basically all of the Starbucks supplies like cups and things like that come out of there. And then there's a third tenant that I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I want to pick up where my colleague was going. How many do you have in the state of Michigan?
I could get the number for you, but it would be hard I don't know how many companies, but it's a lot because it's 22 million square feet, and the average tenant, like we have some tenants that are as small as 40,000 feet, and we have some that are as high as 600,000.
Like around about how many projects or commerce centers do you have? You just finished, what was it, Hazel Park?
Yeah, so the Hazel Park Racetrack is 3 buildings. It is about 2.2 million square feet. We have several different properties in Livonia. If I had to guess, it's around 5 million, but it's over several different properties. We have another maybe 2 million in Van Buren Township, probably another 3 million maybe in Romulus. We have 2 million in Lansing, another 1 million in Orion Township.
Okay. Did Nanograph, when you take in a client or a new lease, did they disclose that they had been revoked in the city of Illinois, or in the state of Illinois?
No, that was new information to me. I mean, I'm going to ask them about that for sure.
Illinois is very strict with their licensing.
Yeah.
Literally.
What I do know about them is that they started out of Northwestern University, and then they grew as their technology was originally sort of like concept and then flushed out, and then, you know, they got seed capital and they built it into a viable business. They got contracts with the government, and they've been growing ever since. And I know that I know Ms. Priestley mentioned them a foreign company. I'll have to ask them about that too, because I know that they are a U.S.-based company, and that was one of the things that the Biden administration in particular was interested in.
Well, we're not Biden as of last night.
Yeah, I know that. Not anymore,
Yeah.
right? So, well, till January 20th. But I know that they're negotiating with the DOE to close out, you know, to get all the different things settled for their grant contract.
Okay, and Judy, do you have the date that it was revoked? The revocation?
Don't know if I posted it.
But still, you would have a client if.
Revocation date was 6/4. It was revoked on November 10th, 2023.
Yeah, I'll have to ask them, and I can come back and explain that on Monday. My best guess would be, like completely shooting from the hip, is that as their company grew and their investments grew, right? Like the companies often restructure themselves, and they probably reincorporated out of Illinois and into Delaware for tax reasons. Would be my best guess.
They did rename themselves.
Yeah.
I found that they had a previous name, but you cannot get the information off of Delaware's website for free.
Yeah.
And you have to pay for
well,
it.
I'll just,
it doesn't even guarantee that.
I'll just ask them, but we work with, you know, startups and stuff, and it's very common for startups to morph into different entities as they grow and bring in new investors that want different things.
That's my time. Thank you, Mark.
Any other discussion on this?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mark, this isn't part of the brownfield, so this parcel isn't part of that tax abatement of the brownfield, so, go ahead.
That's not entirely true. So
Okay.
the part of the property is in the brownfield and part of it isn't. So this is not the only thing I'm coming to council for. Once we get authorization to buy the park, we still have to rezone the park for the portion that we're buying. We have to vacate Baker, and then we also have to amend the brownfield plan because we have to put all of the parcels together. And when we do that with the brownfield plan, we are amending it to add in the investment from this project, but we're also going to be subtracting out the additional grant funding that we got. So right now, the brownfield plan is at $72.5 million, and it's going to go down about $1.1 million by adding this project in because we're going to be subtracting out additional grant funds we were able to secure from MEDC.
You said a lot there.
Sorry.
So this is going to be going through planning commission or whatever, and then it's going to be parcels are going to be combined, and this is going to be part of the brownfield plan?
Yeah, our intention is to get, we have a planning commission meeting on November 12th, which would be to rezone the park, and there's a few waivers that we need. And then the brownfield plan would be approved by the brownfield board hopefully that same day, and then our intent is to come back before council on the 25th of November to officially do the rezone so that we can do the combination, and then also the brownfield plan amendment, which will again actually pull money out of the plan.
And how are we coming up with that dollar amount that the brownfield plan is coming out, or the dollar value is changing?
The eligible activities from this development, the new activities that went into the plan is about $4.8 million, and we got a $5.9 million grant, so it's the difference between the two is $1.1 million.
But at the same token is we got 8 acres that is now going to be tax-free for the next 30 years, right?
No, the brownfield plan is a 20% pass-through, so the 20% of any new taxes would go directly to the city, which is more
so
than...
So it's an 80% recapture?
It's an 80% recapture with a 20% pass-through, yes.
And do we know what that dollar value is for these 8 acres?
0, it's a park.
No, in the future.
What
would that change?
They will depend on the assessor. I mean, like our core and shell, like obviously they have to assess it, right? And like our expectation, at least in 2022 dollars when we first started the project, and it's escalated since then from inflation, was we were looking at about a taxable value about $17.50 a square foot. That was what we just kind of like got the feel from the assessor. It's higher now, obviously, because of inflation. What I don't know is what the personal property will be from Nanograph, because obviously they're investing like $175 million. So we expect the personal property to be much higher than the, you know, in addition to that, but I don't know the number yet.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? I'll just take a quick second to talk. So every company that goes and rents into their space will be paying personal property taxes if they reach a certain threshold of equipment. Right. Just so you know for the future. Yeah, go ahead. It depends on how much they put, the Nanograph has, oh, well, we haven't, I don't.
Yeah, I couldn't answer that right now. They're finalizing their designs.
Yeah, and I don't know how much that would be taxed because, I mean, I'm not the assessor and our treasurer is gone. And I just will tell you that the personal property taxes will not be insignificant. Okay, so that's the end of the second round. This is the vote to approve, to send to council 240480. Oh, what?
Could I just say one thing for the record?
Okay.
It will be real quick.
You're still on my time. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's been a lot of talk of the Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park, and I want to thank them again for their support, but also note that the park doesn't belong to them, right? Like, they were the main interested party. They were speaking because they were the ones engaged, and they were the ones really maintaining that memory, and we think that's really important. But this park is going to be a public park that's accessible and usable by the entire city.
I love your plans. Based on what I saw, you're still having the tetherball post, right? Still.
Oh, yeah, it's not on the plan, but the Brothers and Sisters did mention that's the original tetherball pole, and they wanted me to.
I told you that.
Yeah, you mentioned it too, I talked to John McFadden about that, and we're going to try to pull that out and refurbish it or whatever.
Good.
And reuse
Perfect.
it.
Okay, this is the vote to send 240480 to council.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We'll see you on Monday at council. Okay, the next separated resolution is 240497, change order 1 for J&M Tree Service, additional ARPA funds, tree removals impacting sidewalks throughout the city of Flint. I will entertain a motion. For 240497.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I move that we send to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported to send 240497 to council. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
Now that we notice the duplication of that one, and there's $75,000 left in that category, I'll vote.
You'll
I'll
what?
vote to support this.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to do it one more time. Any discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, this is the vote to send 240497 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separation is 240501, authorize retaining Lighthouse, provide excess general liability insurance coverage. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we move resolution 240501-T to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, is there anyone here who can speak to this? I just have a really quick question. I think it would have been Mr. Moore or Seamus. They're both maybe Clyde can speak to it.
Maybe. Clyde, can you speak to this resolution at all?
I just have a really quick question about
I
it.
might have the answer too.
Either way, it's just good for us to publicly acknowledge
Yeah,
it.
you're right. I'm just saying I might have the answer.
I appreciate it, Judith. Good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, we were under the impression this one had not been separated, so.
Huh?
I said everybody thought that this one had not been separated.
I did it last minute. Yeah, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
My only question here, because I noticed it said it's resolving that the appropriate city officials are authorized to enter into a contract with Lighthouse Group to provide the city with its general liability and terrorism coverage through the Old Republic Union Insurance Company at a premium not to exceed, and then the amount. So my question is, and this is going to be for a year, when we talk about terrorism, does that cover cyber attacks? Because we just recently went through that, and I just want to make sure that the city is able to cover any possible cyber attacks with this insurance.
No, my understanding was before that was a separate category. Cyber activity and the assault by cyber situations is different from this kind of terrorism.
All right, so then that won't be included in this insurance.
No.
Are we currently seeking to have that separate insurance? And will
Yes.
that, okay.
Yeah, yes. Well, we were on that pathway before with it. There was some, there was two-factor stuff that needed to be put in place to qualify. We do have that now, but at the time we were applying, we did not have two-factor.
Right, and I know the 2 factors is not something we can discuss publicly because it is a safety issue, so. All right, I just wanted to make sure that we were at least going to seek some sort of insurance or liability against any possible future, let's hope it never happens again, cyber attacks.
Yeah, we're taking other measures beside that as well.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
So, do you know in the last, because we've had this coverage ongoing for many years, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Do we know if we've made claims against this policy?
I don't know that.
The reason I ask is because I want to say when, a while back when we had a fire, was it at McKinley that we had a fire? And Suzanne said we didn't do a claim because it was too expensive for the deductible. Judy, you remember this? So, so is this deductible on this policy so high that we just have it to have it, and or like I don't know how do I word this? I guess first of all, what are the value of the assets that we're trying to cover? Do we know that?
I don't, but what I would say to you, Councilman, is that I know that we've had some incidents. I think you are aware of it. We've had some incidents with vehicles and so forth before. So I know that I'm not sure that is this policy, but I'm just saying.
So this policy has addresses in it, so I'm assuming it's buildings.
Just property, okay.
I mean,
just physical
buildings. What I can decipher, I don't know that this does have a lot of automotive liability. It has limits, but why does it have, it doesn't say how many vehicles or anything like that.
The CFO would need to have, the CFO would have to be here.
I just want to make sure that we're actually using the insurance if we need it, and we're not spending $100,000 like I think we did in McKinley when they had a fire, McKinley Center, because it was too expensive to have to pay the deductible. So why in the hell do we have insurance then?
I know that we use to your point, I know that we use other sources to repair McKinley. I'm not sure why insurance was not one of those sources.
Because it was a big deal way back when about McKinley,
right,
because change orders kept coming in, and we're like, why didn't we do a claim on the insurance for the fire? And if I recall correctly, Suzanne
we use
was
grant
here.
funds. I mean, primarily that was one of the sources for restoring McKinley to what it is right now.
Yeah. I didn't think it had cars. It was just structures or whatever. Okay, that's all I have.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
My first time looking at policy for the city. Is $100,000 increase year over year normal?
Well, again, that's a CFO. I would recommend that.
Okay. I mean, because I'm just looking at it and I'm seeing that.
Yes.
The difference. I mean, it went up $100,000, and I don't know if this is somewhat normal. And it says we're getting there. The company is A1 or A+ rated. And you say we did or did not have claims, to your knowledge, in the last year?
I do not know. We were just the claim situation that Councilman Pfeiffer was discussing was not put against, or at least the damage situation to that building was not put against one of these insurance companies.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. What was this bid process like? Do you know how competitive it was?
No, I don't.
No, because if Councilman in the 8th Ward just pointed it out, if we're looking at this correctly, in 2020. We expensed $344,000, 21 $412,000, 22 $466,000. Then we saw a $100,000 jump in 23, a $100,000 jump, or no, $75,000 jump in 24, and then another $100,000 this year. And I would be sort of curious to see. To know if we did shop this and how many other.
Mr. Barrett, excuse me, Barrett, sorry, Jarrett. On page 123 of your packet, under the staff review, we use a insurance broker, which is the Lighthouse Insurance Company, who shops for coverage for us. And this is a standard practice in the insurance industry. And they submit and ask companies for quotes, and then they recommend a company. And that's what that process was for this, according to the staff review.
I would add to that, as the councilwoman spoke, I would add to that we've had some structural improvements. As you pointed out, this is primarily for large assets and structural kinds of assets. So in between here, we built a couple of new things, new structural facilities that are part of the water plant, part of the wastewater plant.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, and good to know, because that can help me to understand why I might be seeing this increase. Thank you. You're adding some context. So yeah, okay, that's all I have.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Second round, any discussion? Go ahead.
You're not going to have the answer to this tonight, but the premium, the increase, according to the thing, says several factors, including past claims activity. So is there any way you can see what claims we've made in the past 3 years or 2 years or whatever?
Yes.
Not like we have a choice, but I just would like to know what, because do we have an option to self-insure?
I'm sorry?
Do we have an option to self-insure?
I know that,
as a municipality, why?
I know that is a part. I know that we have a combination of both. There is a self-insured component that is a part of it, but we also have insurances. I'm not sure of the rationale in all instances, but I know that we do have a combination of both.
Yeah, I just would like to know if we've done the cost analysis to put this into our self-insure and not spend $750,000 if we're not making any claims. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240501 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is add-on number 1, resolution to enter into contract with Lurvey Construction in fiscal year of 25 for renovation of upper floor of South Building BSI Business Services. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to send this to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send to council. Is there support? And it's supported. Is there, go ahead. Emily or Clyde? Emily? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So this resolution, this body approved us entering into a contract with Lurvey Construction, who won the bid back in March. The language of that resolution specifically said fiscal year 24, which is the problem. Sadly, the contract didn't get signed until after July 1st, which is fiscal year 25. So the contract got signed. They were able to start doing work. Here we are now wanting to move forward, being able to pay them. However, the contract authorization that this body gave in March then led to, if you look at the budget breakdown, there was an assumption that part of their contract, about $186,000, would be billed and spent in fiscal year 24, and then it would be $2 million of it would be billed and spent and billed in fiscal year 25. So there's only $2 million available in fiscal year 25 in that fund. And so now we have to do a number of things. We have to either only enter into a contract in the amount of $2 million, which is what's available in that fund, or we have to proceed with the contract that we have and then move money in additional monies into that fund. This is what Ashley Harris actually brought before you on October 8th, was a resolution to move funds into from the general BSI enterprise fund into their building and improvements and additions fund. And the response was that there were too many things going on in that resolution. We needed to simplify it and do one thing. And so we are going to come back later. We're doing one thing tonight. We are requesting that this body simply just authorize this to have a $2 million contract in fiscal year 25, and then we will be able to proceed with the payment that we need to, the bills that we need to start paying the contractor. And then we will be able to come back with a change order to both increase the contract and add funds to the account, which might be in different resolutions based on what this body has requested. So it's literally the nomenclature of fiscal year 24 versus 25 when the contract gets signed and what fund amount is in which different accounts. Yeah. Got it. Correct. We are going to sign a whole new contract for the $2 million amount to make it. We would do a change order. Exactly. Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? This is the vote to send resolution add-on 1 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That would be sent to council. Our last resolution for the night is add-on number 2, resolution approving reallocation of $25,000 in ARPA funds to Catholic charities. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I move that we send that to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send to council. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
So which category is this one coming from?
This, I didn't see this resolution till today, so I'm going to go and address this to our council chairman. Liddell? Oh, okay.
Give me one more second.
So is my time getting paused or what?
Yeah, go ahead and pause this time, Thank you. Yep, give him back. Yeah, we'll just start over. Yep, that'll be fine. We'll just start at the 5. That okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. So according, this 25,000 is coming out of food excess.
Coming out of what?
Food excess.
And how much is left in that category?
I have it open. Just a minute. I got to find the right one. $615,000.
Okay, and do we know how much of this, because, I mean, it says to cover basic needs like, and they led with food, convenient, personal care items, and counseling. How much is counseling? How much is personal care? I mean,
Familiar with this resolution?
Who wrote this?
Liddell, did this resolution come from you?
Yeah, so, it was written, by administration. And so, yeah, so this was, per my request.
so can you tell me how much is supposed to go to, I mean, because later on it says there's a high demand for personal hygiene.
Mhm.
So is this food or is it really personal hygiene? How much is going where? How much are they using for what?
So I know that the request came in and they were interested in $25,000 to help with a compilation of issues that they have unresolved at Catholic Charity. So I didn't ask.
Yeah, because I mean, Catholic Charity, and when we again look at the summary, it says they provide assistance with basic needs like food, but then they go on again to speak more specifically around high demand for personal hygiene like toilet paper, deodorant, and shampoo. So, I mean, it, you know, I guess to me this just I appreciate that we are willing and wanting to do, as is often said, good work in the community. And it's also good to know that we can find a way to get it done when we want to get it done. I'm done.
Is there any other discussion in the
Madam
first?
Chair.
Go ahead.
So did they apply for monies from, do you have that spreadsheet open by chance?
I don't have it open, but I can. That's a lot faster. I don't know what all they applied for in food. See if I have any filters on this before I go searching. Yeah. Okay. They don't have any applications under the public health applications, which included food. So this would be a new request.
So I guess what's the process here? Are we just we're just writing resolutions for people who haven't applied?
At this point, a lot of the applicants have already been awarded funding that were approved by the committee. So we're down to the little bit left. I'm going to be bringing forward a resolution for Franklin Avenue Mission for food access from this category.
So how is
For information, Madam Chair, can we get a list of what money is available where so we all can contribute to writing?
You have it.
Well, whatever is
in the
most
budget.
recent.
That you've got the most recent because we have not approved any ARPA since then.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, if we have dollars available, why was it that big of a deal for $14,000 for the one we just approved? But we can, pick $25,000 out of a different category? Like, why couldn't we apply the $14,000 from this category to give to involved dads if we've got $615,000? I'm just trying to figure out what the process is. So, you know, I have a food bank in mind, so I can copy and paste this for the food bank, and we're gonna just, if we got money, we're gonna spend it.
We are, like I said previously, there is something coming soon before us that we have had to move some money around to make work.
So when are we gonna know that? Because
I'm telling you, this is what's going on right now, and I want to bring it to you. If we had been able to meet and get things through, we would have been dealing with that now.
I'm not following you.
Because we have not had a quorum, there are things that have had to be postponed.
But we've had agendas and nothing's been on the agenda.
That's right, because I needed them passed, stuff passed before we knew the final numbers. I needed to know if resolutions were passing, so we knew exactly what was left in that category before we did any amendments and changes around so that we can fund this project.
But you have that, and this is a walk-on.
I'm not, I'm just saying what I'm saying.
So, if another council person wants to allocate $25,000 to your Franklin mission, like, that one is
that's food access. There is some money left in food access.
So, like I said, I've got a soup kitchen that's begging for money. So,
that's
what dollars are?
We will have a new report, and I will get you that information as soon as I can after Monday's council. Okay?
No, and I appreciate your budget reports that you do, because we don't get nothing from the administration on that. So I just want to know what the process is, and only certain council people get to spend until we know this is revealed, that the secret plan that is out there?
No. I mean, Quincy has sent up several resolutions to spend money that we're not,
But they had at least applied.
They had applied. And Franklin Avenue Mission applied for only 22 to help with a building of a food pantry. But
and we're about to pass.
They're losing, there's a lack of funding on the east side for food.
But we're about to pass this one for $25,000 that they didn't apply, and we couldn't find $14,000 for his amendment. I'm just trying to figure it out.
That's fine. Okay, any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
How much is left in this category?
$615,000 as it stands.
So 615, Emily's gone.
Oh, right here. Seamus is the one who knows the movement around, unless you know it.
So it's 615,000. I need to get you, I got to send you some emails. And so food access, help center, my help center, they ran out of money in September. And food trucks, it's $600 for a partial truck and $1,000 for a truck that has meat on it. So you get a. That's not a problem. So, since now we're finding out, so you would be creating these resolutions?
We are writing resolutions as we are instructed, based on this body and also based on the administration. So we did not write this resolution. I actually didn't know about it until 10 minutes ago, so my apologies. But other resolutions, we are trying to move forward. So it's a bit of everything.
Okay, so Judy, how do we get money? How would I get money for Bethel Church, who needs food and they serve hundreds of people? I don't want to use it for that if we can use that for it.
Yeah.
I will be getting you I will give you the information on Tuesday. or
The
Wednesday.
information on Tuesday on how to spend the money?
On what we've got left exactly, and hopefully we will have a plan that has been discussed. And I'm sorry I can't share it with you.
Yeah, because this is not transparent. Yeah.
You know, there's a thing about being transparent,
Okay,
and there's a
this
thing
is-
about putting things out that may
Ju-
never
this-
come to
Judy-
fruition, and then people go and talk about it and talk bad about it, and it's still in formation. So I prefer bringing stuff in plans. So I'm all right.
Okay, so, I don't know what that was, but there's 615,000, and Bethel Church needs some food. That is one of the help centers that has not gotten money, and obviously, you don't have to apply to get money around here. So, I guess it's who you know to send up a resolution. Through you, Madam Chair, to Clyde Edwards. Clyde. So as you're walking up, tell me what I gotta do to give Bethel Church some money.
Request for information. Does the councilwoman in the 6th Ward know that she can email one of us with her request and they can send it up?
Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah.
But I wanna hear it from Clyde too, because I'm gonna put it to everybody. So, so Mr. Edwards, Bethel Church needs money. Everybody knows how many people that help center serves the community. Rain, sleet, or snow, and they're out of money. Is Bethel on there to receive money? You can probably tell that, because I don't want to waste your time or mine.
I'm not fully following the context of
Okay,
this
the
question.
context is Bethel's we have 615,000. Is there
Oh,
a resolution
I'm sorry.
food access?
We're talking about ARPA? Yes, okay.
Because I don't want to send you an email. Is there an email from or for Bethel Church for food access that's coming to us? Because I don't want to waste your time or mine.
Is there
one? Because they're out. That truck stopped the end
Oh,
of September.
I can answer and say, not that I'm aware of at this point.
Okay, so I need to send. I'm gonna send a request for that. Well, I'll send a request for that to see, because they're out of money, and they feed the community.
Are you looking for? My apologies. Are you looking for some kind of distribution of dollars from that category to
food
fulfill
access to
food?
Bethel Church?
Okay, based on the fact that there are known dollars available in that category, is that what you're also saying?
We on the same page, yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So do I need to send that also, or I can send it to Emily?
No, you send it to me. Yes.
I'll send it to you. I usually send emails about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So you'll have it by tomorrow, as I have met with them. And they also do funding up there where they're checking for blood pressure. But the food was the issue, that they don't have, the food. Some people get in that line at 6 o'clock in the morning, because it is a great need. And I have Berkeley Place right there where there's housing, and it seems like a part of there's a huge need for it. And so since we have that, I'm gonna send that to you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Anyone
else? Madam Chair. Yes. So I do want to, Mr. Edwards, just so that we are keeping in line with how Mr. Edwards, just so we're keeping in line with how those resolutions do come up to you, I'm going to request that the council person in the 6th Ward sends it through one of them to send to you, so that we keep in line with how that works.
Oh, that's fine. No problem.
Thank you.
Request for information.
Yes, ma'am.
He's the city administrator, and so I don't see why would we add an extra step? Clyde, we're supposed to send things to him or through the clerk. Where does it state we send it to the vice president and the president first.
So I didn't say the vice president. What I said was we have an ad hoc committee who has been sending resolutions up to make sure that we're staying in line with how they had their process streamlined. That's all I was simply saying, was letting you know how the process was working.
And I get what you're saying. So I don't think we've had like I'll put them in the email, but we're all here together, just so we on the same
No,
page.
and I understand, but I know our other colleague also asked, how does this work? And so I was just explaining, because I didn't know at first either how that worked.
Yeah,
So,
especially when there's no application.
so now that everybody's clear on how it works, we want to make sure that we just keep in line with how it's been working. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So, I just want to circle back on this, I don't want to call it secret thing, but it's a thing that you know we don't know. So, if you can't bring it up and because you don't want us to talk about it, can you do it in a closed session?
There shouldn't be a need for a closed session because you will have it shortly. And I don't know that it is a closed session eligible topic. It's just something that's being planned
Because if
and
it's a
worked
good
on.
idea, like, I might
And,
wanna-
and frankly, Mr. Pfeiffer, I would tell you privately, but something I told you privately went blabbed all over the country, and I'm not going to do that anymore.
Well, that's here nor there, but this is council business.
Point of information. Request for information.
What's your request?
Whose time are we on this? We are the council body. We were all elected. I don't get what the big secret is. You know? Everybody up here should know what's going on.
This is how they get division and.
Right,
and,
right.
You know.
So what I'm just saying, do we have, council members that get all the information and the other council members don't?
It would seem that way.
This is back and forth.
Yep, this is not a back and forth.
Well, this will get
The clock isn't going. Oh. Okay. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam, did I do first or second?
You did first.
Okay, thank you. So, I don't like the veil of secrecy. And it is really the disrespect to the council that, you know, it's blabbed all over. This is for ARPA is for the community. It's for Flint. And we can't make decisions because we don't know. We don't know. And when we talk about public trust, this is why the public doesn't trust. Now, we have unfortunately gotten to this cycle of this is the way we do business. And it's not a good way of doing business. It's just not. And to find out, it's like, how do we, and I listen to Councilman Jarrett's, and then we've got this one for Councilwoman Lewis, and it seems like two separate standards. I'm gonna send mine up since food access has 615,000, and we have the great unknown on how much or where the other monies is going to. We can't know a name, we don't know, even if you gave the amount. And actually it should be both because we are all equal up here. We are all equal up here. And everyone should be able to know. Especially if we're helping the community, that should be something that's good. But when you put it underneath this shroud of secrecy on how we're going to use food access, something that you need to survive with, it makes it look like, you know what, I don't know if I want to support this. I don't know. So I'm looking at this in a whole nother way, because if we're sitting there telling you and we're talking in public, as we should have discussions in public, and the purpose of the ad hoc committee is to come back and report to council. You're refusing to report back to council about what the administration or whoever, we don't know where the money coming from. We don't know. This ad hoc committee was under such a veil of secrecy, and I don't like it. And also with this one, and it states, whereas with basic needs like food, personal care items, and counseling. And what Councilman Jarrett stated, how much is for basic care? How much is for personal items? And how much is for counseling? And who's going to do the counseling? This is very vague. It's just like give them the money and they'll throw it in whatever category that they want to put it in, because it isn't broken down with basic needs like.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I would like to apologize to the body for misspeaking. When I said the food category, it's flat out right here, and it states that this is originally intended to come from revenue replacement. It says right here on the sheet, I was going through old notes, and I made a mistake and misquoted the improper category. So no, it's not coming from food. It's coming out of revenue replacement. And that's where the $25,000 is coming from. And we must remember that we, the council body, has the final say with ARPA dollars.
Request for information.
Yes.
Yes, what's your request?
When you say revenue replacement, are you referring to in that first paragraph that starts out, whereas in 2022, and then ends by saying as revenue replacement on December 2023? Is that what you're looking at when you say it's coming from revenue replacement? You're looking at the front page of the resolution?
I'm at the fourth paragraph.
Fourth paragraph.
Yeah, so the fourth whereas.
Okay. Okay.
And so knowing that Catholic Charities, they service individuals from all wards that meet downtown because as a safe haven, and they tend to a lot of needs. We have individuals that's going into their personal pockets to fund these things for our residents. And so I brought forth this resolution so we can make sure that we that we are allocating resources to Catholic Charities so our residents can have the basic essentials, the basic necessities for life, so they can have dignity as a Flint resident. I'm very thankful for the work that Catholic Charities have done and that is currently doing in the community. And so that's why it's imperative, because they came to the council. And again, we must remember, council have final say over all these dollars. Not administration, not the ARPA Community Committee, and all of this has been rehashed several times. Council has the final say. We have the final say. And so as we continue to allocate these dollars to hit its intended target, we're making sure that we take care of our homeless population. Individuals, they're not giving away toiletries for fun. They're giving away toiletries because people are in need. And so when they reached out regarding this need, I proposed this resolution because this body has the authority to do so. And we also told our colleagues several other times that if they have an idea, if they have a solution, if they would like to see something, to write it up. No one has ever taken us up on our offer. And so as we are in the fourth quarter of spending these ARPA dollars, now I do remember Mr. Pfeiffer said he don't care if we send the money back. But I don't want one penny being sent back to the government. And so I would like for us to agree to utilize this $25,000 to handle the necessity of Catholic charities per the request of Ed Benning, so we can do something great for the most unfortunate residents that are trying to reestablish their lives.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, this is the vote to send resolution add-on 2 to council.
Ms. Burns? No. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That will be sent to council. Motion to adjourn? Support. Roll call?
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 10:13.
Do you guys know how much
Yeah,
the revenue?
yeah,
That was-
yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, because that seems to be the pocket of,
No, that's no, it's not.
right, and there shouldn't be any restrictions on that.
It's not.
Right. I'm hot right now. I'm trying to be nice. I'm tired. I had a possum in my house. He stayed for like 4 days.
How did you get in?
Shoot, the food he was putting in the cage.
How did you get in the house?
7:25.
Okay. You must cook. You be cooking? Oh, they must be smelling you what you cooking.
She cooks macaroni. She cooks macaroni. What?
I would actually like to speak about food access. Yes, ma'am. That's for my grant. Yes, it is. I was able to go and get the lease agreement. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted you to be able to hear me. Okay.
The time is now 10:18 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. I call this legislative committee meeting. Oh, is Davina coming? Okay. To order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Priestley. Okay. Not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Machette.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Mr. Jarrett. Not in. You have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. Moving on to requests for agenda changes or additions. Are there any requests for agenda changes or any additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes or additions, we are moving to the public comments portion. Members
Madam
of the
Clerk, sorry. We do have an ordinance, I believe.
Well, this is legislative, okay. There is an ordinance. I don't think so.
Madam Chair, if I may, what she will be giving you are actually amendments to both ordinances that are already on your agenda. They're updates from the administration, well, from the attorney's office for each ordinance that's on your agenda. So
Okay,
there will
thank
be
you.
amendments.
So we will be getting amendments to both ordinances that we have on the agenda tonight. And those changes are coming from the attorney's office. Thank you. I don't know. I just work here. So now we gotta read. That means I gotta sit here. Thank you. Which means this part can sit in this committee, both of them. Yep. We can zip through this thing. Neither. All right. So we do have the 2 amendments to. We have an amendment to both ordinances on here. So we just received them just now at 10:22 p.m. So with that, we will move on to public speaking. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. All speakers are subject to the disorderly persons code subsection. First speaker, Madam Clerk. First public speaker.
James Moore.
James Moore from the 2nd Ward. I just want to say, and I hope I get it right, I believe I will, that when you're at this lecture, you get 3 minutes, no matter if it's good comment or bad comment. You get 3 minutes to make your comment. The city attorney should be for the city as well as the people in the city. I'd like to see a little bit more activity out of that city attorney's office on protection for both sides. I believe strongly that the police, at least the old saying used to be, was to serve and protect, not serve and arrest. It's hard enough being here in the city. I done heard a whole lot of stuff. Most of it's true, and it's bad, but it is what it is. They had asked a question, and the young lady from the administration could not answer on the police input in the area. of City Hall Part 2 up there on Clio Road. You know, all that I heard was good, and it is true. But by the same token, hell, I live over there. I hear shootings all night long. A lot of them, it seems like, right off my window shaking. So, you know, while we have police that are probably monitoring the phones or the computers, it would be nice to have a little drive through the neighborhood to quiet it down. I know it's hard to trace down gunshots because they go out one end and they go another, but just the presence of riding around would make one hell of a big difference. I mean, you know, we're already spending the money on the red trucks that ride around and they don't even see trees laying in the street. So we already burn a lot of gas in the city of Flint. I would just like to see some of that more directed towards some possibility of prevention just by being there. You know, for some reason or another, when people see the state patrol, they tend to put their seatbelt on. But when they come down to the Flint Police Department, hell, you can ride around hanging outside of the window and don't get noticed, and you definitely don't put your seatbelt on. But that's a past argument of the past. I like to be able to see things move forward and go smoothly. And I appreciate all of y'all being up there on the council, because there's a lot of stuff y'all got to put up with. But just remember, it's a lot of stuff that we have to put up with just being here in the city of Flint.
Thank you. Next public speaker. Madam Clerk, next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
R.L. Mitchell.
I'm R.L. Mitchell. Just like the speaker spoke before me, we only got 3 minutes, and you see that our lawyer don't know how to answer question, and the people on Clio Road don't know how to, don't want to give an answer and stuff. Just like Miss Priestley, she not in her seat, and she got the money bag ready to do ain't doing transaction, but and she the one that stopped the transaction last week when talking about she done that deal in 1984. Took 30 years to say that when we the people's been to take care of Oak Park, and Burrick didn't want to have nothing to do with it. They had to get permission by Oak Park to build Burrick, and now they gone 100 years, and nobody else don't want it. And now this guy coming up going to take half of it and build some little houses on it, and build. And when he get ready to leave, he can just unfold this little plastic building and go and own the property, and just got a grant for $60 million, just like that. And Miss Priestley talking about the Catholic outreach only Catholic outreach only going to give you for your personal hygiene, soap and all that junk, and now the meat done ran out. They don't know how to give the people's the meat on the trucks and stuff over there, like Channel 12, the meat food bank and stuff. They know hassle ain't nothing but one of them things right there. All you got to do is expand the parking lot for the trucks and have to bring the trucks over there and establish the meat to the peoples. And like, you don't know, like they took my school away, Fairview, the first school with them hero, like dope stuff, made Fairview into a dope thing and got its more money running out. His money never run out with that dope money. That's the first school they turned the school, passing out that dope stuff in Rosa, and then put General Motors on the school property. All the schools in Flint is gone, and the kids is gone, and like the woman said, the old folks trying to do the old folks in now, in the middle-aged folks, who'd over there, and all that junk, and somebody said, the dude, and nobody ain't saying, and Mashak thinks she doing something, but not saying nothing, not looking up, talking that stuff, and hello, Mashak, how you feel now? Who's the president of the United States now? Hello, Mashak, could you answer that when you get your turn up? Ms. Mashak, what's up? Good evening, America. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Last public speaker, Aaron Wheely.
Hello. I realize I only have 3 minutes. I just wanted to address the fact. I want to start by saying it is disappointing to me to know that there is not a lot of the questions that I have as a resident. To hear you all asking each other those questions, I mean, to me that's disappointing because as a Flint resident, there's a lot of misinformation that's out. There's a lot of distrust. And as a young person, when I come here and I'm the only person, not even young person, I'm the only person at this council meeting and there's nobody else here, it's extremely disappointing for questions that I have for you guys to be up here asking each other. Because that, for me, I have young people younger than me that I'm trying to make believe. These kids that y'all talking about running around shooting each other, I got a program right now that I'm trying to make these kids believe in, and I believe in y'all, but I'm disappointed, man. I'm disappointed with the lack of transparency. I'm disappointed with the fact that I'm a Flint resident and I'm listening to y'all talk about programs that I've presented to y'all. And the applications that I've submitted, I don't understand how we're here talking about a new resolution when there are people in the city who have not even been contacted about their resolution. How are there people about to propose a resolution that y'all don't even have the power to even know the knowledge of? It's disappointing to me, man. I've reached out to each and every one of you all personally. Every one of y'all. We got to do better. I don't even have time to speak about the stuff that I want to say right now. I just sat here for 2 hours, man. This is unacceptable. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, we can now move on to council response. Members of the council may respond once to all public speakers. Only after public speakers have spoken, individual council members' response should be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this time? Seeing as how there's no one who would like to speak during council response, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda. That has been completely separated. So, moving on to ordinance 240426-T, which is the code to amendment ordinance chapter 24, which is the housing article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, section 24-114 to 24-127. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to move resolution 240426-T to council.
There's been a motion to move this resolution to council, this ordinance to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Is there a discussion? Councilman in the 8th ward.
So, us just getting these, I'm not reading 30 pages before I get the chance to vote on this, so I won't be supporting it tonight. I would prefer if we'd have got these at 5 o'clock and I could have perused them over the course of these 5 hours, but I'm not going to read 30 pages and vote on something in 2 minutes, so I won't be supporting it. I don't know how my other colleagues feel, but I'll make a motion to leave them here if nobody has an objection to that.
There's been a motion to leave resolution 240426-T in committee, and it's been properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240426-T will remain in legislative committee. Moving on to Resolution 240430-T, which is the Code Amendment Ordinance Chapter 25, which is the Community Development, Article 1, Community Benefits Agreement, Sections 25-1 to 25-7. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Leave in legislative.
There has been a motion to leave this resolution in legislative. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240430-T will stay in legislative committee.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley's not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 10:36 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. This legislative committee meeting is adjourned. Moving on to Governmental Operations Committee. The time is now 10:36 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jared?
Present.
7 present.
There are seven members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests, we will now move on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for the collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meetings. All speakers are subject to the disorderly persons city code subsection. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
R.L. Mitchell.
I'm R.L. Mitchell, speaking on them about them cedar trees from Ohio. The fella still ain't giving up about planting all them trees over in Flint. Almost $38,000 just for cut down one. I mean, anyway, and the man talking about the peoples who got to give dope to keep them from, the man and the woman from acting up. Talking about this guy, like Odyssey House over there. Giving people medicine to keep them from having babies and stuff and messing up the pregnancy and all that junk and think nobody don't know nothing about that junk and you don't support that junk. Think we in whatever on Martin Luther King Street. And instead of he wants the money like the one that got rid of Oak Park, think he done something, think he got the Oak Park from We the Peoples in Flint, $60 million. The dude got $60 million so easy, why come he can't do it himself? Over there, the Odyssey peoples, mixing up the people's map. There go Miss Priestley, come in. She must have talked to Miss Fields, who she still lived over there on the east side. Always talking about you can't tell the peoples what's really happening, what they gonna do to the peoples in Flint, all that junk. Like I say, I'm trying to, and the peoples who burning up, messing up, looking like Miss Shack on the foot, Miss McIntyre's picture, and all that, cause one transparent, cause she can talk for herself and all that junk, and nobody, and the campaign and the people's are like, ain't nothing going on right now, and all this, this is America. In God we trust. That's what they're probably trying to get rid of all the money to keep from the senior citizens having money in your own hand. I'm the last of the baby boomers, whatever that means. But they're talking about I gotta have a payee. I ain't gotta have no payee. I just cause I ain't never said anything about it before. I mean, people act like somebody scared of money. Need 40 more points. 3 more points if I can get my Social Security. I can just work somewhere for 2 weeks and then I ain't working no more 2 weeks. Just give me my stuff. Or I'll take it myself. Like Ed Woodson talking stuff, trying to make an old man like he don't know what he's doing. The cop pulled a woman's arm out of place, woman left a garbage can in here, and y'all, who you think you? Oh, now, I keep coming back.
Next
Good
public
evening,
speaker,
America.
Madam Clerk.
James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. Ariel, I appreciate you. It's 9 wards, 1 city. I wish we could do a little bit better job of inviting other people to come down here to City Hall. Some people just want to come up to the lectern. I like to just see some new faces come, and while you're at your little meetings or whatever the case may be, invite others to come down, because this is supposed to be the people's chamber. It's our City Hall. It's our city, and you are our representatives. And we just need to do something different. We got to change it up. Good night.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, we will now move on to council response. Is there any council member who wishes to respond at this time? Keep in mind, you only have 2 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, who is a 2nd Ward resident, I definitely hear your sentiment, and I definitely echo that. But we must make sure that we maintain order in our chambers. And going forward, we're looking forward to doing that. Standing firm on the current council rules, making sure that we enforce the disorderly person city code subsection. Moreover, we want to make sure that we don't want to have anybody brandishing a firearm in our chambers, because things like that keeps people that want to practice their democracy, it keeps them away. So when they know that they can come to chambers and it's safe, it's not chaotic, people are not yelling out, when they know that they can come to a place like that and express themselves freely without being mocked by other attendees, that's when people will feel safe and comfortable coming back here. And it is our goal to make sure that every single member on this body, and I'm confident that I can speak for every single one of us, that we are steadfast on upholding the council rules, which are condensed in our public safety plan, which will make sure that we will enforce safety and we can restore the chambers back to the people. So we're looking forward to seeing fresh new faces and hearing fresh new voices, because these are, once again, the people's chambers, and it is our responsibility as legislators to make sure that the people are safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will take my time. I meant to do this in the last committee as well, but things move quickly. I do want to take this time to once again congratulate the newest elected official on council, Councilman Leon Alameen. Thank you so much. Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. We do look forward to continuing to work with you on this body. You have a full 2 years happening here, so we look forward to all of the work that we can do to move the city forward. And you are a breath of fresh air. Your calm demeanor, as well as your ability to stay focused, is something that we very much welcome here, as well as your expertise and your commitment to community. So thank you again for deciding to run for office, and congratulations on running for office. And that now closes a council response. I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I would like to separate appointment 240424 and appointment 240425.
All right, both of those have been separated. Are there any more separations? Councilman in the 9th Ward. All righty, the consent agenda, if there are no more separations. Submission Transportation Alternative Program, 2nd Street Pedestrian Bridge. I do want to separate Resolution 240495 myself, so that is complete separation. Moving on to Resolution 240455-T, which is the Adopt a Comprehensive Plan Update MOU City of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body? There's been a motion to send to council by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the 1st round, is there discussion in the 2nd round? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the 2nd round, this is the roll call vote to send 240455-T to council.
Mr.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alami? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jared?
No.
All righty.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to send 240455 to Special Affairs.
There's a motion to send 240455 to Special Affairs. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes.
Ms. Doer, thank you for joining us.
Yes, through you to Ms. Dorr. Ms. Dorr, can you explain why we need this?
Yeah, this was actually brought to you on October 8th. So there's a comprehensive plan referred to as Imagine Flint. It is being updated because it was adopted 10 years ago. Part of that process is to define roles and responsibilities between the Planning Commission, City Council, and Administration. There's an MOU that we drafted, adopted by the Planning Commission, was put here in front of this body. You actually all gave feedback on October 8th and had some changes you wanted to see, which would include removing the word permanent regarding Planning Commission positions, understanding that those appointments are a 3-year term and not permanent. So removing that word. Language will be added specifying that at least one member from each ward will be appointed to the steering committee with the goal of having equal representation. So changing that language, and then revising language to clarify that the Planning Commission approves the final draft of the plan with and the plan update with recommendation to the City Council, and you may approve the plan update or deny it and sending back per the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. So these are the changes you all recommended on October 8th. We took them to heart. My staff took them, made those changes to the document, put it back in front of Planning Commission. They discussed it at their last agenda, which was last Tuesday. They're actually going to have it on the upcoming one, and they will approve it, hopefully. It might take a few more weeks. I'm not sure. They're very verbose. Regardless, whenever they approve it with the changes you requested, we will bring it back to you. So I actually would ask that the version that you are looking at, if you want to pause so we can get this updated one per your request through the Planning Commission and back in front of you.
So are you asking that this stay in committee?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to make an amended motion to keep 240455 in government ops.
There is a motion on the floor to keep 240455-T in government ops. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution will stay in committee. Moving on to Resolution 240495-T, which is the support of MDOT's Submission Transportation Alternatives Program, the TAP program, 2nd Street Pedestrian Bridge and Path along Chavez. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Motion to send to council.
There is a motion to send to council. Is there support? I'll support it. Is it moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward? Is there discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. McGaha.
Mr. McGaha, if you would please join us at the lectern. Thank you for staying so late.
So I see that this resolution is for a pedestrian bridge. And so, off subject, on subject, we have a pedestrian bridge on Martin Luther King.
Off subject.
And so, and so, do we have any plans on doing anything with that? Because I know it's a big old sign that say "Do not enter" on it. And
yeah, it was deemed unsafe about 6 or 7 years ago, and as of right now, we don't have any funding for it to be removed, but we do plan on eventually getting that one and the one on 12th Street removed, but we do have to bid it out.
All right, so we have to bid it out?
Yes.
Okay, because I saw, what is this, for this pedestrian bridge, so I was just wanted to inquire. So when we say that, you say we don't have any funding?
Yeah, as of right now, we don't have any funding in the we don't have no money for it right now, but we have it on our agenda moving forward, so hopefully we can do something about it here in the next year or something and try to get a plan in place.
Okay, so would TAP funds qualify for that as well? I guess the next round of TAP dollars?
No, this comes straight from the state, and they're redoing 475, so
that's
they're trying to improve the Chavez area also.
Okay. All right, well.
Bless you.
All right, so thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to have a discussion in the first round? All right, seeing as how there's no one else, I will go ahead and take my time. Can you just explain what this is?
Yeah, MDOT did a study, and ever since 475 was there, it kind of, the neighborhood to the east of it, it's kind of hard for them to cross Chavez. So in order to make it bike and walker friendly, they want to do a lane on Chavez, a bike lane and a pedestrian lane, and they also want to change 2nd Street from car traffic to pedestrian and bike traffic. It's supposed to help out the neighborhood to the east, get downtown, and it's kind of going to be a spot for people to also hang out also, so.
Right, well, thank you. So we certainly appreciate you making these adjustments because it does help Flint become a more walkable city. It helps connect the 7th Ward to the downtown area. And it also helps residents who choose to walk to work, right, on lovely days. It'll help them get to work downtown, make it more accessible. And those who actually live in some of those apartment downtown who want to come on the other side, it'll also help them. So I am in full support of making Flint more walkable and accessible for all, and this is a way to do so. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the second round, this is the roll call vote to send 240495-T, which supports MDOT's Submission Transportation Alternatives Program, also known as TAP, 2nd Street Pedestrian Bridge and Path along Chavez, to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240495-T has been moved to council. Moving on to we're moving on to appointments. So moving on to appointment 240424-T, which is the appointment of the Water System Advisory Council, Dr. Richard Sadler. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman, I heard both of you.
You heard me.
You heard her.
Okay, I guess I heard the councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I would like to leave this here in committee.
There is a motion to leave this appointment in committee. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240424 stays in committee. Moving on to appointment 240425, which is the appointment of the Water System Advisory Council, Carol Kincaid. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd ward.
Yeah, I move that we postpone this indefinitely.
There has been a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward.
No discussion.
No discussion on the postpone indefinitely. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jared? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240425 has been postponed indefinitely.
Madam Chair.
I gotta say it first. Moving on to mayoral appointment, City Attorney Joanne Gurley, which is resolution 240485-T. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
Seeing how Ms. Gurley just landed in Detroit and won't be able to make this meeting, I'd like to make a motion to move this to special affairs.
There's a motion to move this to special affairs. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jared? No. The vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That motion failed. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd ward.
Yeah, I would like to move this resolution to council.
There is a motion to move this resolution to council. Is there support? Support. Is there discussion? It's been properly moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Is there discussion?
Oh, so Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd ward.
So through you to the councilman in the 9th ward, what is your reservations?
When you vote.
Okay, so again, I asked what were your reservations to share with the body? No, you don't want to share your. Okay, very well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seems like there's no further discussion. This is the roll call vote to send resolution 240485, mayoral appointment, City Attorney Joanne Gurley to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin? The vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That resolution fails. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, so there's been a movement to adjourn. And it's been properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jared? The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The time is now 10:59 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee. It's adjourned.